I managed to finally make it over here to do all the stream thingies that I always do at the start of stream. Ugh. I wish YouTube provided a link in advance so I could just be like, tell your Discord, yeah, it's gone live. Nope. It's okay though. Doesn't usually take too long. Maybe I'll get monetized on YouTube some year. Maybe? Gotta make more emojis for the Discord. Gotta make more emojis for here too. It's new ones, better ones. That. And invite people to the Discord so I can add that link too. After all, I'd rather get, you know, one person to join the Discord over like, you know, 10 people to sub to me on YouTube or 10 follows on Twitch. I mean, follows are okay, but Discord usually means that they're a much bigger fan. And he's here. Discord. I need more free time. I basically need 30-hour days to exist and me to be able to stay awake for 30 hours in a row to use them. Then my life would be perfect. I'd have time for everything. As it is now, I don't have time. School. And that to the top. I think that's everything I care about right now. Right. One other thing I must do. And I can get to polishing the crap out of this. Just everything I could do to make it better. It's probably the plan for today. Just polish it like crazy. Fix up all the things that are missing. Really just add in what I get and get it to the point where I could just put in little story bits wherever or where the cutscenes would go. I'm only expecting it to be like 2 cutscenes, to be honest, of the start and the end of the demo, so any more than that's probably unnecessary. I do kind of want like one at the very start, if nothing else. It seems kind of weird to not have that, but probably unnecessary. Oops. Background noise, that's muted. Okay. Alright, and my list to do is this fine collection right here. Let's find places for 4 audio logs. I'm just going to start putting in places. I was going to hide lore this way. There's 1 audio log down here. There's water sticking out. Has to match up with that water. I wish water was like geometry brushes. I guess in theory it could be, question mark? Oh, this isn't wide enough. I don't know. Sure. Slightly wider. As long, I can go into this wood, I don't care beyond that. I just want it to match up with this. 11.25 is a bit much, with like 11.4 probably. 11.4? 11.3. It needs to just be barely there. It doesn't gotta be much more than barely. I match this up right here. Really should focus on more unique rooms and less like themed areas, I think. Like the whole building can be themed the same way because, I mean, why would the building be themed differently? But then I just have specialized rooms that are really cool. I think this will wear out its welcome if it's done too often, but if there's occasionally rooms like this, then it's pretty cool. So, probably what's gonna happen. Audio logs. I took one out because of the shopkeeper you found is no longer there, so... I guess I'll put one earlier. Where's audio log 1? Where's this? In the library. Yeah, that's fair. This is the reading room. No, that's fair. That was one there, sure. I'm gonna number this one as the third one just so I keep track of them better. I might have one in the playroom. And somewhat earlier I need one. There's a crystal ball in here. Alright, messages. People talking to me. What are they saying? Alright. Another audio log here. Where? The problem with these rooms is they have to have a lot of stuff in them because of the fact that there's just a limited amount of rooms. I guess it doesn't have to be that many autos. There could be just like 3, right? If I wanted. I guess I could put one in the toy maze. I took stuff out. Whenever you take some out of here, you gotta add something back, right? There's a crystal ball in here. Maybe early on I can give a reward. Do I want to do that? Actually, there was one. Actually, what one here? I would like you to name this one 1 since there was no 1 anymore, but I guess not. It's 1, and then why is there a nav mesh down? I'm not doing that right now. Why are there 2 of them down? That's even worse. Okay, and then is there a 4th audio log? There might be too many, but I figure most of the story will get told largely by that because there really aren't going to be many people who talk to you. It'll mostly be Tinka talking about things as you go along. And you finding things that say stuff. I don't have a thing in here for you to see yet, but I might put one. For now, I'm going to put it up here and figure it out. I haven't written the 4 audio logs, but at least I've placed them. So, write 4 audio logs, so I'll move the other thing from my list. I'm half tempted to let parkour just be part of the game without the strength tarot. But if I do that, I don't have a replacement for the tarot is. But the issue is I really don't want to hand this tarot out so fast. It's like I'm handing out 3 of them in short order, and this one doesn't equip, which is weird, right? Like ones that don't equip are strange. I could just let them have parkour in general. Part of the reason I put it on there was that I just needed abilities. So many abilities in this game. But the flow of this room is so much worse with this being a thing. If I took this out, I could actually... Originally, this room went all the way up to about here anyway, and that was fine because then it gave like a hallway and everything. And it was pretty good, but whatever I do with this room, I basically need to occupy this space at least some so that it turns into something more interesting. It also had the, you know, a painting in here, which helped add to it. Now there's a way through here. I don't know how this got moved over, but it should be moved this way. Organize things a little better. Because otherwise they get hard to figure out where anything is. So yeah, probably some kind of intro cutscene thing played here or something, and then you land in this room, Tinka talks to you. You gotta write stuff for these books. Maybe I take out strength doing that. Maybe I make it not do that sort of thing. Make it a weapon because it's more fun that it's a weapon of some sort. I don't know what its traversal would be. Because I could give everything like, you know, a weapon and then give it also a traversal ability, which gives 22 traversal abilities, which might be better. Everything has 1 traversal ability and that's it. And then I just set it up where everything else is some kind of attack thing, which makes it a lot easier because I don't have to plan for more traversal abilities than the 22. I guess I might as well put the first world ability in too for that matter. Well, I'm thinking about it. Not sure I want this glow thing to be a thing or not. Probably not. Mostly, it'll just check if you have the world. Let's set up for the world here. I'll probably just have a passive anyways, one of its abilities. I think that's its main traversal thingy it'll have. Which might become a better one. But There's no need to update the insanity if you have the world. I think. No, there's things that cost sanity. I do wish to update it. Oh. Or am I going to make you equip the world to have it active? Or am I just checking against it to see if you have the card? I might swap it out for this for now and leave the other as a thing. I'm not sure if I'm going to do the world active or not, but... Not checking that. This is going to here. Why does it seem for all the world like this should be done slightly different here? I see why it wasn't. It's very awkward. Actually, it should just be sanity. Not even yet on the first one. QWERTY list, how's it going? How to learn game dev, web data structure, all good, because whenever I learn, I get stuck. I mean, I don't remember the topics, things to say. And already? The way I tend to remember things is through practice. Like, really what it comes down to is I learned by simply taking a bunch of, tutorials of things like that I sort of want to do, like how to make a game, and I just started cramming it together with other tutorials to try to figure stuff out. And in making the things and just like merging it together and trying to solve the things, like that's how I learn. If I'm taught in like a class form, I don't learn it. I have to have my hands dirty, just breaking things, making stuff and doing things. And so my advice is just practical knowledge, just practice it, just use it, just mess with it and see what happens. Experiment. Because, getting experience with it, you'll remember a lot more than just following some classes or something. At least that's for me. Perfect. Everything I expect the world to do. You regain both stats at all times while active. I cut this source mechanic out. What if things did damage of like they damaged your cursor, damaged your sanity? Yeah, anyway, hopefully that helps. I don't know, I think that could just go by what I did to learn. Not sure if I'm gonna demand it be active or not. Be overpowered for testing though. People texting me in the middle of stream. Don't they know I use my phone as a camera? That makes it pretty hard to really text him back. I think I'm going to bolt things to the sides of these control panels and just do it later. I think they're neat, but unless I want to add to it more, I don't know. I mean, the plus side of doing it now would be You know, I could put a thing on the lights themselves to check which room you're in, and that would effectively prevent them from working on the other side of the other side of walls. Which has been a real thorn in my side. Because they don't care about walls one bit, so it leads to this scenario where like this light here would affect you over here, and that's not good. It's not good at all. Actually, I've seen the geysers. Actually, just a launcher. Very nice, the launcher parent. Like if I do this, and then do this, this does fix an obnoxious problem. Put the delay beforehand so I don't have to have multiple delays. No, actually, that's a dumb idea. I have a much better plan. Because if you're not in the room, I would like it to be a much longer delay. Maybe like every 3 seconds it can check to see if you're in that. Wait, why am I checking to see if the player character is valid? I have questions. I guess if the player is destroyed? I never destroyed the player character though. I just simply moved the player character over to a new location. Weird. I do need this node anyway, so let's grab you and drag you over here. This should prevent me from being in light even in other rooms. I hate the way the finish is below, but the track is below, so it creates this mess. I wish track was higher up above finished. And finish was at the bottom, does it just make more sense? Oop. I don't know why exposing the spawn, but sure, whatever. This will force me to have to put the actual room they're located in to make them work, which will require a little extra work, but it means I'll be able to place lights anywhere I want. Which is pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Also, find that there, and then... Same deal really here. Actually, let's do this. This one's already neat. There's no need to do it again. Yeah. Guess I spawn these lights in somewhere, which I think I do. Oh, Let me think about it. Thankfully that fixes like 90% of the lights in the thing, except for like the weird thingies here, which will have to be done. Let's test this. This light is currently on. And in this room, it would count as being on because I'm within range. Let's disable, or actually, I'll disable the world. The first ability I wanted to have was most certainly being immune to the curse. Not paying costs, of course. You do regenerate both now, both sanity and curse at all times, but I'm still counted as being in the light. But I wonder if it's from the other thing and not this. Let me test. I'll actually undo that because I want to write this here. So I have to go through and change up all the lights, which sucks, but polish can be a real pain sometimes. What's your problem? Yeah, I know. You don't reset actions anymore. Oh, the bot's already here, huh? To our ban list just looks like 9 million bots. It's okay. They know what they did. I got a bit more news. I think that the sale for Fab should be happening on Easter weekend. Just judging by what they're saying, they're like, we can't tell you the exact day, but you can look at the calendar and see what's coming up. And I was like, well, when you put it like, oh, I know why. Let me kill this thing off. I think it's generating light itself. It probably is because I added it to that, and I need to make some changes to make that work out okay. Yeah, in darkness, and then this counts as the light that's hitting me. Yeah, the thing I ate did not agree with me. I now count as in light still. Okay, I'm back in darkness. Good. It just took a second to check. So that works out pretty good because then, you know, the light's over here on this side, but can't see through a wall, so I can't really tell. So, but we know the light's on the other side, and it is no longer a problem. I don't know why I didn't think about that earlier. I had a solution. Oh, I'm dumb. Well, I gotta do that, and then I'll go back and delete the thing manually from here. I get it. Yeah, that food did not agree with me. Hey, Nerd on a Friendo, how's it going? This track is hard in my ears. Oh, nice. One of us. Yes, one of us. How do you like the milk cookies and free shoes? I mean, nothing. Actually, I think it's Kool-Aid, right? Wouldn't even be milk. So free shoes, Kool-Aid, and cookies. Yeah. What are you making? What are you doing? I'm excited by anyone who's a fellow UE dev. We need more of us. Every time I go to raid people, it's just full of all these people using the lesser engines. And then I am sadly. Swap zombie game? Nice, nice. Gosh, you must love Humble Bundle. And for zombie thing, assets they're always selling were just like, if only I was making a zombie game. Oh, sticking with 4, huh? It's fair. It tends to work on weaker computers, a lot weaker. Sometimes I wonder why I switched off 4. Voxel? Okay. So, Voxel's the Minecraft style look, right? Oh, okay, alright. I can get behind it. I imagine it must make doing art. I don't know if it'd be easier necessarily. People say pixel art's really easy, and then it's actually just not. So I wonder if voxel art's like super hard too, for all I know, to make it look good. Simple art, more constant verification. It's fair. You could go Minecraft style with randomly generated worlds. Are you so pixel art and voxel? No random? Good. Random stuff, it's pretty much only good if it's a crafting game, is what I can tell. Not very good otherwise. If it's a crafting game, it's good times. Okay. That's cool. I can get behind it. So what are you making it for? Like PC, or making it for some consoles? Making it for the phone? What we doing? I should have deleted this before I put that there, so I could have saved myself this weird step I just did. But counterpoint, I didn't do that, so there you go. Oh, nice. So you already released it? Is that early access? What this? Moving to early access. Nice. Well, I see. Pretty good. It looks fairly far along. I guess I'd hope so if we move to early access, right? Hell yeah, zombie TV. I can get behind it. Nice. Here, I'll add one to your wish list for you. Help that Steam algorithm. Sure. Gotta help people out. Well, thanks for the follow. Wow. Did I even put a light on this thing? I think I did. Yeah, thanks. So you, how long you been working on it? Add the point light to you. It looks like it would emit light. Sure. Okay. Yeah. That one was my bad. Oh, 2021. Nice. About 15 months into this one. It's getting there? Would be the best way to put it. I want to have enough of a really good demo to apply for a mega grant in July. Well, I mean, that's a lot of money. And I think I could get it. I'm pretty certain this game could do it. As soon as I fix up this change I just made to the lights so that they don't work on the other side of the walls. But you couldn't see them on that, but the effect of the light worked on the other side of the walls. And I don't want that. That's not okay. I ain't about that thug life. Nah, man, nah. Can I affect the children of this one? Oh yeah. I didn't know there was a Zombies Vampire Fest. Hopefully you can get there. That would be sweet. And I might not be able to make use of what I want here. Good news,
I found out the source of my problems. The bad news is it's me!
Yeah, I hear you on that one. I hear you on that one. Oh, this is the other vacuum tube. I didn't add this feature to it yet. I have to change out every light in the game with this, but it's basically 3 different lights used over and over, so... Just gonna borrow a little code and, give myself some annoyance later. Right. Will do. Yeah. Yeah, I'll show you stuff in a second. I just wanted to, well, one of the main mechanics of the game involves light, so if these don't work, that will cause a problem. I'm trying to polish out all this crap because it's, well... it's got... yeah. I want to get it done eventually. Oh, I can access these, right? Can I? I'll fix this one in a second. It doesn't really matter, I guess, for now. I can just show you stuff. Because all the lights in here should work. The lights in here won't work yet because I have to change them. I have to basically tell them what room they're in, and I have an event that checks to see which room you're currently in. Well, not an event, but an actor that's like watching. And once it knows which room you're in, it triggers things inside that room. Yeah. I just have to go through and adjust all the lights. As is always the case when someone wants to play, it's always the exact wrong time. You're like, wait, remember this? And they're like, but, and I'm like, damn, you're right. Those currently work. This currently works. I don't think the lights in here have been changed, so they'll be fine, except this light would have to be changed, I guess. It's just a fire room. This thing right here has the information. Yep. Alright. I was just gonna fix all the ones along the tour that I tend to do to show people things, because there's quite a few to fix now that I just made this massive change. Well, massive is the wrong word, but much needed change that pretty much was screwing a lot of things over and forcing me to have to design rooms around it for the longest time. There's a lot of lights in this room. Probably an excessive number if I want to get technical. I think that'll be all. I don't think I've changed anything on this one yet, so it doesn't matter. Just has a regular vacuum tube, which is acceptable. Change the one here. This is the waiting room, so grab this information here, drag it here. This might not be working off attenuation radius, but that still goes past the walls. Oh, sure. Oh, thanks. That should probably be enough to kind of show off some things here. Guess I could change the ones in here too. These are all considered the library, right? Like, yeah. I guess none of those actually have a thing. There's only like one or two. There's one like here. And there is one here. It's specifically these lights that I changed. These ones I have to make a change to, but I need to come up with a good strategy for changing those ones. It should just be this one's the last one. Yeah, it'll be enough to kind of showcase what's going on without too much problem. Well, I guess we need a nav mesh. Pretty hard for the enemies to move without a nav mesh. Oh, nav mesh. Yes. Yes, it is. Of course, whenever I save it, I'll rebuild the nav mesh a second time. No fun if it only builds it once, right? I need this music here. Close out things. Hopefully the various changes I made in this, setting everything up for this new testing is working just fine. Looks like it's fine. I think it is. Let me double check. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as women to be killed and their souls and put into a doll. This is Poppet, the main character. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you... Wait a second, I guess I broke that. One moment. I know I broke something. I was making a bunch of changes and I haven't done any testing since the start of the stream. So I was like, it ain't going to matter. I ain't doing a test right now. Spoiler. I was doing a test right now. Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. We'll just remove the world stuff for now, and it doesn't matter after that. I think this should work. It's adding a new mechanic to the game. That way to negate the downside in the game. Ah, you working? Yes, we are. Okay, so yeah. When you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity. But you gain curse power, which is, this is just for dodging. It's the main way she powers all of her abilities. It's also what powers all the toys in there. If your curse ever gets zero, you die. Sorry, if your sanity ever gets zero, you die. The curse wins, basically. If your sanity goes low enough, it starts playing an insane effect, so you can start to see that you're going insane. I'm intentionally just losing my sanity just so you can see. If you go back to the light, you don't gain curse power, but you gain your sanity back. Slowly. Uses tarot cards for her abilities. This one's the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Very exciting. Those will go in and... Wait, do you not count as a light? I guess I broke that too. Alright. I guess I didn't test you. See if you worked. There's the magician room. Right? The count is starting in the magician room. Don't I? Yeah. I just had to get all excited and break things. I'm in the magician room. And these lights don't count anymore. Why? Explain yourself. Oh well, for the test I'll just break it and fix it that later. I don't care. I mean, it's already broken, so it's not like it's more broken. Right, right. Right. It worked better before I started the stream. No, I'm still losing sanity in Arrow Light. Well, I need to solve this mystery here. Of what is going on. Well, I'll show you stuff in a second. The main mechanic of the game doesn't work. Gonna go well. Light. Mm-hmm. I almost just loaded the last version since I just broke things, but to be fair, I was just in the middle of doing all this editing without testing. All right, so check if the sun is active. If it's not, false. It is if true to that. Should actually be in darkness here is the thing. That should probably fix it. Quick double check. I had a whole web of things it was going through and I didn't double check. Okay, that works, and then go back to the darkness. Okay. Disaster averted. Yes. Sometimes you gotta avert disaster. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Now we can continue. How it works. Probably. Ah. Break through the hammer. Really? Break things. Yay! Here's the Empress. The Empress plays out like Bomberman, really. I like to load stuff here because it's first time loading. The red mushrooms will count up to 10, and then anyone nearby triggers them, causing them to detonate, and things blow up to bits. And the blue ones heal anyone nearby. They have to count to 10 first, though, to make it fair. Explosives. Everyone come to the other side of these. I mean, they're just good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. Yeah, the magician which can pick up small objects and throw them. Also just missed that guy entirely. Like I said, hit him, but didn't really knock him anywhere. Yeah, I keep adjusting it. Maybe it is darker than it should be. People complain about it being really dark. She's supposed to be in the dark, but I do have a post-process over everything that I think has infinite. Oh, that one doesn't apparently. One of them I made infinite. This was the other thing there where I didn't have that post-process enabled. So Maybe this will make it better? But it is kind of a common complaint I get, is that people will say it's really dark, and then some people will say it's not, and I think a lot of it comes down to how good your monitor is. If you have like a really good monitor with a really good black on it, then it's probably pretty good, but for everybody else it's too dark, so I should probably make it not that dark. Stupid thing is in the way of what you're saying, so I can't read your message. Yeah, which stream does not help. Yeah, the magician can also manipulate objects in the environment, such as cupboards, drawers, door handles, light switches. There's a little telekinesis for small things for the most part, with the drawers probably being the largest thing you can mess with. You can run around on pipes too. Yay, pipes! Pipes, 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 pipes. I'm fall off the pipes. Normally you get keys to open the doors, but I just left the doors open just to show off things, because why not? You know? It's fun. Good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. It bubbles stuff. Get near a light, so I'm safe for a bit. Has the best hat too. I have to adjust how she holds this weapon. She needs a thing for it. I get bubbled. Doesn't do a lot of damage. It's mostly designed to keep enemies at bay. It will kill them eventually. They usually break the bubble though before that. Let's play with the moon for a second. I got a bunch of random tarot cards. The moon makes clones of you, and you can detonate them to hurt things. The enemies will attack them too, so they won't survive for long. I weakened these cannons a whole lot recently. They were so ridiculous before. I missed them. Let's just try to blow them up with a clone. Don't mind if I do. I clicked off the thingy. Oops. I already hit that thing for some reason. I need to detonate it with the moon really quickly. I have double jump enabled as well. The strength tarot card gives it. Aha, I get blown up. There's like possessed objects in the game that are just floating around and they won't let you do anything with them, but if you have the Hierophant enabled, they let you use them. They'll behave. And also botch a jump too. Oh, that's right, there's a weird bug with them where they're launching me in a weird direction. I would need to solve that today. I don't know what caused it, but now when I jump off of them, it'll often just, I'll be holding forward, it'll launch me to the side, so. Normally you get to go all the way up them, but there's something bugged about them at the moment. So, just move past them. Just to give off ideas of how to do things. Why did it say two things? Interesting. Oh, not of course, sure. Oh, I think I actually already have the ability to open this. It's already open? No, I didn't open it. That's okay, I put the key in here for the waiting room, so I just go get it. Oh no, not that way. Oh no! This is a Wheel of Fortune. It rolls dice. The black dice cause anyone nearby to take damage based upon what it's rolled, and the white dice just heal you. It can be hard to hit with, though. The best strategy is actually bounce it off a wall. Let's go get a key. I just wanted this one key. There's a bunch of stuff in this maze, but I forgot to unlock this door, so just getting a key is good. There is a light around the character of sorts. The character has to appear in the darkness, so I can't illuminate the stuff around the character. I think the darkness on your monitor might be a bit low, or a bit high, is what I'm thinking. At this point, it's super visible, to the point where it's like, pretty bad. I guess I didn't grab that key too. But, I mean, she has to appear in the darkness because the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you get cursed things. So if she doesn't appear in the darkness, then you'd be like, well, why is she having curse problems? She's not in the darkness. I'm opening this door because I'm being lazy. This is pretty bright. I don't know, like... Character should be easily visible at this point. She has a light on her face too, and a light on her hair. A small light so you can see her face. Well, I'm definitely not making it brighter than this. This is super bright. This is almost pristine clear. I don't... Like, this is really bright. The illusion of... Yeah, the illusion of darkness is, basically completely gone almost at this point. Getting caught on things, no. Where'd you go? Okay, they'll respawn if I get far enough away anyway. Or they should. Huh. I'll just do that real fast then. Problem? I'm making a lot of changes lately, so I haven't tested all of them yet. Yeah, I mean, all the areas are super easy to see. I literally disabled the process that made it where you couldn't see. This was the one that was making it really hard to see. And even then, I don't know if it's really that hard to see, but some people on Twitch will say it's not. And sure, I disabled that one already. Make it look better. As far as being less disabled. I mean, this room obviously has its own built-in one for a reason. But I mean, this should be super visible. Guess so. I guess so indeed. I should just be double jumping, but you don't have double jump at this point, so I was just doing the puzzles as though I didn't have it. Oh, I had to turn that off. I actually need this on. You can turn off abilities by simply clicking on them again. Nice. Yeah, now it just seems way too bright. Like it's not, like it's just not dark out at all. I've been messing with the light so much over the course of this because, yeah, getting it right's pretty bad. But yeah, there's definitely certain areas that are going to be brighter than others. Some areas are surrounded by lights and other ones aren't. And this room has, you know, the water and things like that. It's very open, lots of windows. So it makes paths behind you and like little things behind you, and then you can detonate them to hurt things. I haven't made a hat for it or anything yet. And if you go down by the water is very blue, so you can really see things. But it does lose a lot of the, it looks like it's nighttime things, so I don't know about that. Maybe. You're the first person who's complained about it since I changed it. So I'm not sure if I'm going to make any changes, but maybe if more people complain. Because you are supposed to be in the darkness, so I do have to give the illusion of darkness. Otherwise, it would look bad. Like, if I made it really bright, it would look really bad, because then it's like, well, you're not in the darkness. What's your problem, lady? I have immunity to water on. But I always take it under advisement, because... like I say, if enough people say it, I go, you know, maybe they're right. Because now this is like really bright to the point where, I don't know, it loses some charm. Anyway, the Empress can also grow and shrink plants, is its other ability. That's what I'm using here right now to go places. The big open rooms where, you know, they're that are like people to wander around in and everything tend to be a lot brighter than the little side rooms. Yeah, maybe. I might make it this bright, I don't know. Well, yeah. This area is like super bright by comparison to the others. But some rooms just going to be brighter than others by the nature of what they are. Just like real life, not every room has the same brightness. So if there's lots of lights in a room, you know, a little brighter. If not, you know. Also, these windows here, the ones where it's like the giant glass windows, let in way more light, obviously. That helps. On these rooms. Interior rooms that aren't by that kind of thing are going to be a lot less bright because, well, they don't have a giant window. Wandering around through pipes, just because I can. The moon can also make these doors vanish. It's one of its abilities. That's fair. It's possible I dropped the extra post-process that I had. I don't know. Kind of an argument on that one. Because there are people who say it's too dark. So it's almost always people viewing it in a smaller look. Like when I put Imager links out there, people are like it's a little dark. But then they didn't say that about the YouTube video. I presume because the YouTube video was played at like 1080p and the other one was not. Yeah, I do have it for some rooms. There are certain rooms that are specifically dark intentionally. And I tried applying it to everything. I don't know if I think it looks better this way though. I think it might actually just look worse, but... So I might put the post-process back on, because I don't know, it looks so much worse when it's super bright. But I'll experiment a bit. I always experiment all the time to see if I like it better or worse. I mean, it's... Like I say, it almost loses the illusion of darkness, which is kind of what I was aiming for, is darkness. Without really truly being dark. You can also open windows of the magician. You can see there's like a little steampunky world going on out here. All sorts of buildings and stuff. You can run around and jump on the pipes, but you can't leave that area, otherwise you'll die. No curse to power you. We can look at the moon! The moon! Yeah, now it's so bright. Anyway. Yeah, if you get the keys, you can just open the doors and wander through them, so... Yeah. Like I said, I take it under advisement. If enough people say it, then I go, okay, sure, and I brighten it. And if enough people say, you know, it's not dark enough, I darken it. Always appreciate the feedback. Whether or not I take it's always, you know, who knows. But without the feedback, I wouldn't know if I should do it or not. But definitely thanks. Back this way over a second. I wonder why I did that mechanic to break it. I have to double check that. It's weird. I don't have all records key. There's a ghost girl who's wandering around the place. Really? Is that how it's gonna be? I'm just gonna jump up here. What do you think of this? I love helpful landmines. Whenever the ghost goes around, she wanders around through the smoke, so you will catch glimpses of her. If she catches you, it's just an instant kill, so don't get caught. She just crawls around through the darkness, waiting. Unfortunately, you're supposed to use like the Hierophant here to go past it in some places, so I'm not sure I'll be able to, given the problem it's suddenly having, where I jump in funny directions when I jump off it. Actually, I didn't on this one. That's interesting. That time I did, though. Yeah, it made me jump sideways. Wait, there's a cost? Oh, I guess there's a cost on these now. Oh, that's unfortunate. Wait, I'm counted as in light anyway? Am I permanently in the light? I made so many changes recently. Yeah, it got bugged as being permanently in the light. Yeah, I'll have to fix it. Blah, 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 blah. I seem to have made a lot of extra errors recently. I guess I could check the Twitch stream to see what it looks like too as well. That's the YouTube stream. Oh. Yeah. Took that out of the game because it's no longer necessary. I made a AI controller for everything, like a puppet master that just watches every event. And as a result, there's still bugs between moving them over to the new system and not. All the rooms with her are usually intentionally dark because she's haunting the place and thus makes any room dark she's in. It's interesting that this has a cost. It shouldn't. It should be free. She'll wander around there. I could probably just jump past her. What you doing? Yeah, there she is. He's coming. She can also grab you out of the smoke if you try to get too close to it. Now I got too close to her. That's what we want to hear. There's a lot of bugs them fixing, a lot of polish and things, but it actually probably needs to be slightly larger, honestly. She seemed kind of tinier. Also, this room needs to have the infinite thingy going on. This room is supposed to be dark as well. I'll just put it on. I just let her chase you around this room. Yeah. Aha, perfect. As you can see, I'm currently in the middle of testing something here by the print strings. There's not usually this many bugs, but I keep changing a lot recently. Where are you at? Oh, I get it. 1 second. This is not actually a bug so much as if you happen to spawn directly in the room, she won't trigger. You have to trigger the actual spawning ever by entering the room, not starting in the room. Because of the way it applies the, loads the little room info things. What should be the case. Oh, there we go. Hello. Third dice, run away.
1, 6, 2.
Yeah. But the things spawning those aren't really based around the level streaming thing, but when you do load the game up in the first place, it will of course load it in whatever random order it wants to, which means that chances are you didn't load the old room info thingies first, which spawn everything. But they aren't rigged to be like that. They're rigged to you know, for you to run through them and spawn them. So, like, you're never going to start in the room, so that's why it's not really a bug. Like, if you were going to start, there would be a different story, but... It's a working piano. Yeah, you're supposed to wander around this room and accomplish tasks while dodging her, because she kills you if she catches you, of course. So, I highly recommend running. It's built kind of like a little, you know, merry-go-round type of setup, you know, like a figure eight. You can kind of wander through things and keep her at bay. Probably. I'm using a lot of toys I'm not supposed to have for this. I just put random messages in here. In the actual game release, I'll have messages that pertain to the world, but for now it's like, eh, whatever. Oh, I was working on these things. Well, I was working on these things. Are you not spawning? What's up, buddy? Huh. Now I'm curious why it's not working. Hey, Cherry Spider Games. Thanks. Kind of a buggy mess at the moment, but other than that, it's pretty good. As a thing I was working on, this is just like a placeholder thing to represent just that there's a spawner here, but you find the game tags. You just have to have spawner as their type. Enemy and spawner. I was replacing all the booleans with gameplay tags, so that's probably why they don't do that, because I just didn't add that gameplay tag yet. Probably. Hopefully. About 15 months or so. I apparently put myself back some distance though. Yeah. You find the spawner code. It's probably because I put it in a macro and not a function because I'm dumb. You need to remember, don't use macros. Macros are bad. Got it. Because macros are not inherited. So if I have a parent like this, then by foolishly putting a macro instead of a function, it's like the code no longer exists. I was neatening everything up. Yeah, it's just me. I'm the crazy person. It's so true. Quick little change here. Let's equip weapons. Yeah, whatever. Delete this. Delete equip weapons. Make a function for equip weapons. Like so. Weapons. Perfect. Never use macros. Unless you never plan on inheriting it, then it's probably fine, but I didn't do that because I'm dumb. You do? Huh. The good news is you can be a solo dev whenever you want. All you gotta do is open up a project and start working. And then congratulations, you're a solo dev. Now being a successful solo dev, well, that might be harder, but if you just want to be a solo dev, hear me out. Font intro sound. I highly recommend Unreal Engine because it's so much easier than the other ones, and well, full of shiny things. I just got to replace all these as the others. If you convert it to a function, it'll just put the macro inside of a function, which is dumb. Not full at all. Set up variable health. I'm just fixing this right now, getting it over with. Connect that up so I can just have the instant node. Set up variable health. None of these have timers, so it doesn't matter. Fair enough. I mean, a lot of people use Unity. I just hate code. I was a JavaScript dev. I hate code. I like me some nodes instead. I should say I hate syntax. Syntactic based code. Yeah. Do not wish to use it. What am I doing? Do that. I want to keep the comment. Now I'm good. It's a lot of right there. Connect this up real fast. Ram this over here. Like this. Like this. Highlight this crap. And the comment. I didn't go to all the trouble to keep the comment, not to keep it. Rich function. Set up character info. That should eliminate all the inheritance problems because I was stupid when I did this and didn't pay attention to a little thing like inheritance. Hopefully that makes it work now. So what are you working on in Unity? What you got? What you making? You working again, little buddy? There we go. I knew that'd fix it. Yeah, it's one of these little dolls that crawl after you and the things. For some reason I can't damage them yet, but they're still exciting. I mean, aren't they cute? Like I say, they don't do anything yet, but one day they'll grow up to be terrifying, I believe. I believe if you believe. These things are spawners, so I'm gonna change it out. It's a character for later in the game, but I just use whatever model I can have available at the time. Only I did plan to make a horror game. Nice, nice. Those quick to market, and they do pretty well usually. Or at least they get reactions, which, you know, it's free advertising. Ain't nothing wrong with some free advertising. They fixed that problem. These enemies can't be damaged now. I still don't think they can. I just fix this, so maybe that might fix the damage problem too. So what sort of horror game? What's the theme? See if I can damage these things. They don't even have an actual hit thingy, they just go flying. Nope, can't damage them. Alright. Alright. And people are really afraid of cabins in the woods, I'm just saying. All these horror games about cabins in the woods. Every cabin I've been in the woods has been real nice. Jeez. Feel sorry for cabin owners. The kid, of course, being alone in the, you know, wilderness can be quite terrifying for people. I grew up in the wilderness. I know it's terrifying out there potentially. Potentially indeed. Why is this character undamageable? You have like invincible attack or something? No. What are your gameplay tags? Not a boss. Has the status connect, those things are fine. Why can't you be damaged? Fair. One day, someone will, you know, make, you know, Fat Man, the opposite of Slender Man, will be wandering the woods. But Fat Man will be less terrifying because Fat Man will get caught between the trees because he's really fat and just goes. He tries to come after you and you just go between two trees or they're too close together and he's not even terrifying anymore. But if you look away and look back, somehow he'll have gotten beyond the trees. And the whole time, if you watch him, it's like a mukbang where he's just eating food the whole time. You're just watching. You're just like, I don't know if this is horrifying or just stupid. It'll still kill you if it catches you, because it's only fun if it kills you if it catches you, right? I mean, that has to work, but saying. We'll solve this mystery. Why this character cannot be damaged. Right. You're welcome to use that idea. I don't care, man. Please do. Honestly, it could just be Asmongold chasing after you, because if it's Asmongold chasing after you, chances are he'll watch it on his stream, and you'll already get, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of people seeing it. So it's just Slender Man, but it's Asmongold instead. You're welcome for the genius marketing idea, because he plays every game with himself on his stream. Everything. And then puts it on YouTube, but just in case you didn't get enough exposure. I should make Asmongold the enemy of this game. Asmongold can be my toy maker. Just for the free advertising. The gross part is it would probably work. I'm not gonna do that, but it would probably work. So, why would the enemy be immune to damage? I didn't even think that was an option. Target damaged. Nobody else is immune to damage, so I didn't break the damage thingy. I mean, it doesn't have status invincible. Someone already did that. You can't use his house. He literally, someone made a game literally like it was a mock-up of his house, and you were hiding from Asmongold, who was trying to kill you. Don't beat you to the punch. I'll mute it. So you can find him chasing after you. Maybe it's early on or something. They even had a whole video of him and his own like things on there just because, so you could go to all the trouble. And it's like half an hour long. I can't believe it. Like, definitely a crazy fan. Where was it? I killed YouTube. Does he hide at any point here? I was hoping to see the Asmongold walking around in there. No. When you can't even find the horror thing in the horror game. I don't know, if you want to browse through it, I'll just link the thing. It saves everyone the time. They can't find where it is. But I could probably technically watch his video on here because he doesn't care if people react to his stuff. He said so himself. But I don't know. Anyway, it's a horror game of his house. And I don't know where he is in it. I don't know, whatever the case, the reason why you should make a thing about Asmongold is this had 2 million views of the game of him in his own thing. I mean, that's incredible advertising. Maybe next you make a horror game about Markiplier too while you're at it, and just, you have so much advertising for free. Oh my god, it'd be so good. Yeah. It bugs me that I can't figure out where it was. Could probably get away with a clip of it. Yeah.
Fucking kidding me.
Oh. Oh.
House of Torment.
Well, anyway, there was clips of him walking around there, I guess. But yes. Heck, his stupid 429 views on a trailer for it. All you gotta do. Make your game about Asmongold. Do it. Be the chosen one. Might have been because it was listed as a boss or something. Let's see any code that would prevent it from taking damage. When in doubt, bonk it with a hammer. Yes. Still no, huh? Also, I think the Patricia is the one making all those weird text thingies, and I don't need to change the Patricia. Yeah, if you just, that should really just be my entire strategy. Just make games about popular content creators. Make them all horror games. You would gain popularity really fast. Well, if your games are good, obviously. If your games suck, well, they'll get content out of it, so. And if they have a sense of humor, then it'll work out. If they don't have a sense of humor, well... I mean, I can't imagine any content creator who's going to be upset about you making a game about them that they can react to. For bonus content. They'll get like probably millions of views on their own game. So you're just putting money in their pocket. Like you make one, like you could probably do it for every single member of OTV. and OTK as well. Should just drop this game and start right now. We'd have so much more traction. Alright, I'm going to delete this other one and I'm going to duplicate one of these ones, then I'm going to drop it back in. So this way, whatever option is set up that's messing this up, I don't have to find it. Because it won't matter. Because what I'm seeing here is that it's a problem that can be quickly solved by duplicating an enemy that's already damageable. And whenever you can solve a problem quickly instead of wasting a bunch of time, let's just do it. Oh, I'm sorry, did you want to save first? Referencing the bugaboo shape. Wait, what? Oh, I know. Update redirector references. If something got moved. Now I can delete it. You know, before I do that though, actually, I have a better strategy here. I can save myself some typing. Find an enemy that doesn't really care about, we'll just duplicate a bitey, that's fine. EP any bugaboo. And then I want to take Honestly, just like this whole thing and just drag it with me over to here. Well, that's fine. I guess I can refresh that even. I don't care. Well, I don't need this jump scare crap anyway. That's true. We ain't jump scared. Reset action 1 is not there? Sure, sure. And then let's go to gameplay time.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
Hey Lepus, how's it going? You're just in time to be just in time. Should be damageable this time, and I can delete this other one here. Drag this up here, delete it. I don't care if it's referenced to memory, irrelevant. Ask for a meeting? Oh, that's exciting. Welcome, welcome. We were just discussing how you should make only horror games about popular content creators because the guy who made a horror game for Asmongold is got 2 million views on the video of Asmongold playing it, plus like 475,000 on just the trailer because Asmongold watched it. You just make horror games for, you know, every single popular content creator and ooh. Instant traffic. You do still have to make all the games, obviously. It's not like, you know, just an instant switch a flip gain popularity, but you'll get some you'll definitely get some fast traction. Admittedly, the guy who did the one for Asmongold had like autistic levels of detail for that house. I swear that guy must have broken into Asmongold's house and documented the whole thing. Well, I need to replace it with the right model. Yep. I'll link it again in the Twitch chat for you. So you can watch Asmon play his own game. Yeah. Well, Asmongold's one of the few creators who's pretty much publicly stated he doesn't care if you react to his stuff or anything like that. You can just use whatever. So, and every time anyone's ever made a game for him, no matter how crappy, he always shows it on a stream. Always. Well, it's what he do. So if I was gonna pick anyone, he'd be a real good start. But I really think that every single content creator, for the most part, would be happy if you made a horror game of them. One, because they had a game made of them. That alone is enough to get most of them really happy. But two, they also get to make, you know, content off of the work you did. Like if you made someone like Disguised Toast or something, I'm sure he'd be super excited because he plays horror games as well, right? And it's just like, okay, he gets to react to his own game. Markiplier would 100% react to his own game. Well, they're super tiny. It died, I think. Did it die? I mean, it's too tiny. I don't like it, but 1.5 is the correct key. I guess if you the Bugaboo model is not actually particularly big. It's no bigger than Poppet. Even though I always make it big. Yeah, I don't know what was causing no one to take damage, but maybe they're like real big. Oh, that seems way too big. Maybe like 2. This is where I wish the capsule thingy was a little bigger in the way it was shaped, but you really can't reduce the height less than that. Like you can't make it a flat capsule. Like we can't basically turn the capsule on its side, which is dumb. You should be able to turn the capsule on its side. Oh yeah. They need hit animation. You fit I should have checked the size of the other one to see if it would fit in the pipes well or not. Making pipe crawlers. Yeah, I think it would be very, very good to make games of that, yeah. But again, you still have to make games for them, so it's not like it's a free roll. You will have to work really hard to make all these games, but you have to work hard making any game. And horror games are super easy, and well, people react to them, so it's perfect. Getting people to react to this, like I'm actually adding more horror elements into this. One, because Charlotte was never really that present before, so making it more creepy was always kind of intended. But two, it also gives people a bit of a reaction thingy too, since it's not like a. It kind of breaks up the Metroidvania stuff too. My unkillable monster. Well, these are killable. They're just creepy. It's fine with me. It's creepy. Oh. Yeah. If I wasn't, you know, delusional in making my own game, that's probably what I would do. Granted, you have to make some other Asmongold horror game because someone already made one for his house, so, you know. So he would probably still play yet another one of his house. I don't think it would stop him, per se. Classic female ghost. An attack. That's what I was using, so I probably just use it for that too, since there aren't many animations I have for grabbing you on the ground, right? Like, I mean, can float after you. I did get flying things. It was moderately expensive to have to buy these, unfortunately. Like, there's 113 of them though, and you know, it's not like Epic gives out weird ghostly animations and things. I wish they would. I'll probably lay into the horror a lot more as I go along. On the next ad break, I'll take a quick bio break here. I think I'm just gonna use this as my arm reach out here as the thing I do. I just copy it off one of the other ones with an attack thing already, so I don't even have to make anything special. I don't hate it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll let everyone look at the moon while I'm out. Foodite was not agreeing with me. That is 100% true. It's weird because, you know, they didn't eat anything particularly weird. It's all fresh, so. Just some burritos that I made here. But apparently. Nah, it's just me. My stomach's terrible anyway. It does things. I don't question it anymore. If you just don't eat, it works out way better. That's because it's neither game dev nor monitor radiation, which are basically the two things that power me, so. You know, I'm just saying, everything else is clearly unhealthy for me. I've evolved to a higher game dev life form where I subsist entirely off of game dev and monitor radiation. And caffeine. I really haven't had that much caffeine today, which is probably why I don't feel as good. To be fair, that could actually be a true statement. You're like, you know, caffeine withdrawal or something. Well, I was gonna make an attack with these things. That's what I was gonna do. Think about it for a second. So what was I doing? Oh yeah. Need to fix this. I need to just buckle down and fix whatever's wrong with Voodoo today as well. Why am I getting display name for target actor again? I probably just left it on a branch string. Not like it was connected to anything, so it wasn't doing anything, but still. I need to push all the information gathering onto just the main thing, I think, because a lot of these ones here have like these little attack graph thingies that pull a bunch of information that's basically already not even useful. Like it's already figured out on all things, so it's like, I kept this because the is following thing didn't work very well. I'm not even checking to see if they're attacking anymore. I never said it's attacking to true except for here, I guess. But it can't duplicate its stuff anyway. Actually, maybe that is part of the problem. Maybe like with the jump thing, it had the same issue where it was able to do it again. That's a question I have. Oh, reminds me, I also need to do a an AI for buying and stuff too. Not right now, I don't care right now, but soon. I could replace look at target on these things with a gameplay tag. There are benefits to doing that. I think I'll have to replace it in a lot of areas where it's look at target. I don't know if I want to do that. I think I actually just have it set on the move commands and things, but then some of these other ones I have it set specifically on them. I don't think I'm going to change that. It's going to be a lot of extra effort. So if I'm going to do it, I would do it sooner rather than later. Anyway, this can be fine for attack, and then for her attack thing. He has no weapon, though. I'd have to equip him to her hands or something. It's fine. Then I can just use the swing web strategy and not change anything, so just... The bitey has a mouth weapon. And the voodoo hands are also ones. Oh, No spaces allowed. Unless I want it to just be like her hands themselves. I remember this one being kind of circular. But they only need one. The other ones are more designed to be like arms, I guess. Hmm. Yeah. And YouTube seems to be popping off. I got like 4,000 watch hours on YouTube recently. That was really cool. Unfortunately, the only downside is I'm not even close to enough subs to ever get monetized. I have like 333 or something. I'm like, I never thought it'd be easier to get the watch hours than the subs. And then I need sockets for those too. I hadn't planned on making any other ones, but I guess I am now. So I don't think there's any sockets on you. I'm assuming it's going to equip right then left, I imagine. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. That's worthless. Not capitalized right. L handbook, sure. Those there, and I gotta make them visible so you can actually have some idea of where they're actually at. Just jack this in real fast so I can see exactly where it's at. One frame is fine, I just kind of want to see where they're at. Then I'm going to remove its gameplay tag if I can. I guess it, oh, that's the weapon. I can't look at things, okay, sure. Gameplay. We'll stop it from acting. I put the weapon out there, it's dumb. I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't need it out there, that's true. Everything I need to see. I'm just turning it in here on the things because then I can see where it's at in real life. Not real life, but I mean in the game. Not helpful. Probably fine, actually. What should do? I love having all the gameplay tags in the same spot and not having to hunt down all the booleans for things. Having to write actor tags and things, just everything is easily accessible. You still have to use actor tags, kinda, because you can't get all actors with, you know, a particular gameplay tag, but you can get all actors with an actor tag without hard referencing things. And I try never to hard reference if I don't have to. Sometimes I will, but usually it's just the animation graph for the character itself that hard references. Everyone else, not so much. Attack target and attack type name. It's kind of like old tech, isn't it? Where did I put that? Puppet Master. But yeah, it sends over the target actor, so I don't have to worry about that. Since I have them do their own attacks, I just have them get moved around and when to attack commanded by that thing there. What is possible? I standardize this. Problem is the Puppet Master doesn't have access to their weapons, so I would need to send all that information over if I was going to do that. And I don't know if I need to do that, but it would be nice to have a standardized attack target thingy, which could also be put on the VPN PC. Oh. Wait, I added the bugaboo thing back, right? I did. There's an ab mesh down, right? Okay. It might not crawl close enough, in which case I need to change that so it can actually attack. First off, getting point blank range should trigger an attack. That it doesn't is weird. Alright, because I forgot a thing on here. Oh, it says attack. Just to double check there's not a space or something. No space in there. We'll put it like 80 isn't acceptable. Also, this is currently broken too. Oh, I copied that there like an idiot. I should just been attacked. Honestly, it doesn't use any of these except for the one anyway. I don't know why I copied the whole thing. Possibly they might get an extra attack, I don't know, but might as well. Make a more accurate one. Well, I need to switch the montage too while I'm at it. Montage, classic ghost girl, I believe was the our classic female ghost. I'm gonna convert it into a montage. Doesn't really check for player height. I don't know if it should or not. Maybe it will have like a leap or something. Well, they're not really rigged to her anyway, that's right. Maybe retargeted, I guess. True. It's called Arm Reach Out? Sure. Is there a good hit animation in those? I wonder if there is. Phased? Sure. More toys should probably use these animations anyway. I had to set up float stuff for Tinka Office as well because there's like a whole bunch of cool floaty stuff, and it's just like, that looks uncomfortable. Like the worst yoga pose ever. Huh. Alrighty then. Oh, these are all ghost poses. They're all freaking weird. They're supposed to be a bit unusual. Yep. I was hoping there was one that would work as a hit animation, but I guess not. Maybe crawl back will work. To be honest, I probably should just copy all the Manda Bugaboo and then decide which ones I like best. I'm gonna have to remake a blend space for her too in her own animation thing. New versions? Those are all flying. But I guess I don't need 114 animations. Not ideal. And then I'll just go back to these and double check actually. No. That's one I was thinking would be pretty cool. Might actually just take all those and move them over. I just RFG part of this. Is there a way to remove frames? It's a weapon. And I hit play. Did it all explode? Because things like retarget animations are open and stuff. It's probably making it a little harder on the engine. Oh, that's... oh, that stuff's really heavy. And they don't get close enough to attack. Hey, another guy. How's it going? I don't know. This is the end one. I want the start one. Yeah, okay. I've been worse. Definitely been worse. This is taking like obsessively long to start. Maybe these animation things being open is the problem. Then I fell off. Nice. Close these here because they seem like they're ridiculous. I don't need to have this visible. Oops. I was making the little dolls that crawl through the pipes able to attack. Have them take damage and all that. Basically, just make them like a regular. They're not going to be super complicated because they have to crawl through pipes. They mostly just run up there and try to, you know, grab your legs. But just, no, I'll put them in places where they follow you after through the pipes, so you're forced to kill them or something. Regular enemies can go through pipes too. It's weird how long this is taking to start, though. What am I missing in this equation here? Yes, they do their thing. I don't know. Oh yeah, like they won't be that hard. They're not supposed to be that hard. Anything that chases after you is susceptible to the Empress. But it does have to count to 10 though, so that is notable. As you can see, they can crawl faster than the Empress, in which case you're SOL. I blew myself to bits to damage them though. Isn't that exciting? It's probably not that great against them. I guess they're too fast. The position through the pipes. It may be too dark. I'm starting to question that for these pipes. It seems like it might be too dark. I can get rid of the post-process and make it less dark, I guess. I might just have to settle on the game needs to be like a certain brightness because it's kind of hard to play otherwise in some cases. Like if you're not being chased after by enemies, it's probably pretty easy, but I don't know. And that's super long. They might be too fast, actually. They do have to catch you, though, and if they're not chasing you through the pipes, it sucks kind of a bit. The spawner only would spawn so fast, so... Wait for a feel real fast here and see if I like it as a thing here. Oh wait, I started in the room. If I start in the room, then I can't, she won't spawn. Yeah, I may have to settle on the fact that the game can't be as dark as I would think it'd be, because... Yeah, I was saying earlier, it was kind of a problem. It just really, you couldn't see a lot. But it does take away her creepy factor if it's a lot more bright. She's really stupid though. Like really stupid. I change how Poppet holds the weapon. Yeah, I have a list of things I need to fix. Or stuff that needs to be added to complete the demo, and I kind of went over everything I could think of at the time. Because I want to have like a demo that's good enough to show to Epic for the Epic Mega Grant by like, you know, July or so. Yeah. Just toying with you. So if I'm gonna get the something like that going, I need to really lock it down, especially because, you know, this would be like what amounts to the first chapter. And I'd like the first chapter done in relatively, you know, reasonable time frame here from now, because I hope to have more than one chapter, right? So if I have it done by July, then I have like 15 months left to finish every other chapter, which isn't very long. So get this refined by July. Get all the stuff together to apply for an Epic Mega Grant. Apply for it. They won't respond back until December. First and final chapter, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I could do it like the Poppy Playtime stuff. Just release it in chapters and get money off that. But that's weird for a Metroidvania. I could just start you with this chapter with all the stuff from the previous chapter, just assuming you collected it all. And then eventually release the whole thing as one giant, you know, game instead of having it in chapters. Or basically I would just add a chapter over and over for each thing and just keep, you'd buy the game once and it would just keep adding chapters. At that point though, it's basically just early access, right? They release those to a bunch of separate games. That works for horror games, but if I put enough horror in this, it becomes a horror game of sorts. With collection mechanics. Well, horror games are loaded with collection mechanics and simple puzzles. The difference is they're not really known for their platforming particularly. They're honestly they are known for their backtracking. I guess there's not a huge difference between a horror game and a Metroidvania, with the exception of whether or not the player feels powerful, right? Because the essence of a good horror game is that you don't feel powerful. You're against an enemy you cannot defeat. Or you won't be able to defeat till the very end, at the very least there, because otherwise you wouldn't be scared of it, right? Like if you knew what you were facing and you could just beat it to death, it's no longer scary. So in Metroidvania, you're gaining power to beat things to death, making it not terrifying at all. Only things like Charlotte would become terrifying because she's unkillable, so then you're like, oh, I better run away. So basically like the second Prince of Persia game, the Warrior Within, where you have the Dahaka chasing after you, and where it's one of the few examples I've seen of a game that's a platformer with an unkillable thing that shows up sometimes to chase you down, kind of like a horror game. But that game, again, like if you feel powerful, it doesn't feel horrifying. It's kind of why Resident Evil games aren't scary. Like they suck at it because you can kill the stuff. The only time it actually had any kind of scary things is like when like the Nemesis was chasing you or something, you know, something unkillable. Otherwise, like, I'll just blow it up. What do you think of that? Not very scary when I just take the Magnum and blow its brains out. Some threat this was in this game. Yeah, it's just not terrifying. So if I'm giving Poppet all these powers, it's pretty hard to be a scary game. But Charlotte kind of helps out. Other than those, like that major power trip thingy, that's about the big difference between a Metroidvania and a horror game. I mean, other than platforming being more of a thing in these games. Though I've seen platforming in horror games. It's not usually very in-depth, but I've seen it. I guess those are kind of the hallmark differences. Kinda. I definitely figure I'll be adding in more things that Charlotte does along the way to make her presence known. She should actually be bigger though than I currently have her spawning out of here. She's like too small. Because when she reaches out of these, she's huge by comparison. So if anything, she should probably be much larger. How big is she in this one? I think she's a size 5. My guess. Because the default scene rate's a 5. And here, I have it set as like a 4. And the mesh, well, actually, the mesh could just be a 1, honestly. Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely going to play all the way up to Voodoo is just like the thing, and then I'm going to make some real decisions about how Chapter 2 is going to play out. I think I'm going to go more with the special room route, where everything is largely like more normal rooms like this, and then just put special rooms periodically. That seems a lot better than them all being a certain type, because then they don't feel special or cool or anything. Also, I'm probably going to reboot the engine, because I don't know why it's taking a million years to start, but it shouldn't be. Not that heavy of a room. Maybe it is. Oh, I shouldn't have started in the room. Randomly on a bookshelf? Hell yeah. Apparently I can't port my game to the Xbox, I've learned, because the Xbox president doesn't like women who are, have large breasts, so... I found out when I increased Poppet's breast size, I could never ever do that. I have a slider for it. It's because of the collisions with her outfit, which now I realize I just needed to not have anything under the outfit in the first place. That would have been way smarter. Yeah, that's what Sasha should be. And we're not even talking about Tinka. I mean, geez, look at the size of those things. No way. And she gets caught on things. She's really stupid. It's a pipe. It's okay. You can go around it. Everybody else manages to go around the pipe. Why are you stupid? Yep. No Xbox release for me, apparently. Damn. I'm sure they'll ban me from the PS6 as well. It's okay. There won't be any games for the PS6 because there wasn't any games for the PS5. I'm sorry. Can't believe they're releasing a PS6 already. We'll keep suckering people into thinking these are worth it, even though they cost the same price as a gaming PC. At least Nintendo has some unique IPs, so they can at least con some people into their, I guess, $90 games coming out on the Switch too. Can I charge $90? Wait, what? I'm all like, hey man, in like 2025 it seems like it might be a lot, and then it's like $90. I'm like, that's nuts. One of these I was looking at was Charlotte being not stupid too. That reminds me. Yep, she's just shy. Being dead hasn't made her look any better. She's unhappy. She's worried about her looks. Yeah, well, that makes it not exclusive. Like it has to stay only on that to be exclusive. If it's just like a timed exclusive, it's not really an exclusive. I just wait. Like I have a PC. I ain't buying a new console for something that's I'm eventually going to get on PC, right? I heard all the Final Fantasy games are going to stop being exclusive too. Like Square Enix isn't going to do that anymore. So they just lost another exclusive. What do they even have left? I'm just like, you guys are going to have to come up with some reason why I would want your crap. And, yeah. They don't have to be that much smarter. They can just chase after you. It's perfectly fine. They just crawl after pipes. There's a lot of pipe mazes in this game. That's why I need pipe crawlers. Something must live in the pipes. Red hallway is terrible. Let's look at her first. Her acceptable can actually be pretty big. I have her move speed set really slow. I'm not sure what I'm going to do to make her smarter. I guess one of the things I could do is I could make it where if you're nearby a smoke thing, she can spawn out of the smoke. Or she gets the nearest smoke if she's too far away. No. I don't think she should ever move randomly. I do think if you get more than, say, 4,000 from her... Let's give her a 25% chance to appear somewhere else. I'll move random there. So if I need to change this to switch locations. Let's call it like a Charlotte Smoke. Maybe a fog too. I could just be adding fog. Okay, and then instead of having the smoke thing do anything special, all it's going to do is just absolutely nothing. It's just smoke, and it's going to have a tag on it, a gameplay tag. Add a variable. Gameplay tags. Gameplay tag container. Yep. I think you have a type of smoke spawn or something like that. You manage gameplay tags. Type. Maybe it's just Charlotte spawn. Oh, it's spawn point, I guess. I don't know. Sure. Did I not hit a Nagin attack? I guess not. Okay. Good for me. Oh wait, that doesn't even work, right? Because you can't get all actors of class with that. Call it which location? Here. I may even give her the option to have like flight mode and things like that too. I don't even know. We'll make. I might have different ones as well. But it might just be one that's really complicated and smart. We'll see. The problem is there's no get all actors with gameplay tag, right? At least I don't believe there is. If that's the case, yeah, because you don't target gameplay tags, so it doesn't help. But you can do actor tags, which is the only reason you really want to keep actor tags. So, oh well, it's fine. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Or the spawn point. This will work for the playroom too, because I don't want a bunch of Charlottes chasing you. I want the Charlotte to move around. So she seems like a legitimate threat. And all of the ones where she tries to just grab you out of the smoke too. Mostly in places where she can't really crawl around because she's, well, just too big. It's a definite problem. She's just too big. She's like terrifyingly large by comparison to you. Alright. So it's fine. Charlotte spawn point. No, just get all actors with tag. Get all copy. Actually, never mind. I don't get copy. Or each. I'm just going to borrow this code off the Puppet Master so I don't have to do it again. Spawn point. It's possible I should just put this on the BP NPC. I will. Don't know what this is for, but it doesn't need to be there. Because other things could use a spawn point too, and there's no reason to duplicate variables. So let's make that a spawn point. Actor. Object ref. Then we go back to here, since it's always good to hand things off to the children. Other actor. Target actor. This will create a teleport mechanic for anybody as long as I put some kind of spawn point for them. It'll just be get whatever like that there. Target distance there. And then we're going to set this as spawn point. Spawn point. And then at the very end, we're going to do set actor transform. Teleport. Let's get spawn points. Transform. Actor transform is perfect. I'll add more effects later, but I want just the generic code to work, right? Here I was like, it's going to be kind of weird adding new stuff to this. It's actually a lot easier adding to the Puppet Master than it was to all the 9 million other things. Especially as I keep standardizing code, which I kind of need to do because I'm going to have to make a lot of enemies, and upkeeping code that I have to make, like, you know, 70 plus enemies kind of thing is going to be... You don't want to duplicate it 70 times kind of thing, you know? You really don't. Start making it easier on myself. And then I need to place these, yeah, until it smokes out places. I might make them smaller too, potentially, I don't know. This way you're always under threat. I'll probably leave you fairly safe in the center of the room. I don't know if I want to, because the light's there, so I'll have to move the light if I do that. But I also kind of want one on this side. This will stop it from getting stuck as well. I can move this light somewhere else too, it doesn't gotta be there. Kinda nice to have like a point in a room where you can kind of do stuff with it, but I guess it could be over there. There's lights up there too, so I need to give you some places you could run to that are relatively safe. But not too many. Because you can pick them up and move them too, so they're not like, you know, you're not stuck with them where they're at. Plus there's a thing here, there's this major save point right there, so wherever you go, you're at least relatively golden. Probably want to get rid of the spawner up there. I just had it as a quick way to spawn bugaboos to fight mini bugaboos. I think it's really heavy though. Also, I need to probably just reboot the engine entirely. I don't know why it's suddenly really heavy, but it definitely is. Thing not responding on a bunch of things. Maybe. Dash is real slow. Not acceptable, not acceptable at all. I could probably drop the number of enemies in this room too. Oh no, there she is. Yeah, it seems too bright. Not watching her. Apparently she just chases after you anyway. She's like, nope, nope, you're not far enough away. I should have made it more common for her to appear out of it. Okay, I don't want to wait to see if it's... You did none, huh? These are Charlotte spawn points, right? In Charlotte Smoke? Yeah. Tag. Long tag. Should have actors with tag there. They're not in the H load, so that should make a difference. Grab this, do this. What's going on here? Tell me the distance too, just so we have an idea of what's going on. Let's make it where it's just all the time that it happens now, as opposed to sometimes. So this way I don't have to keep hoping that it's gonna trigger. I mean, I'll reduce the chances of it later, or I won't really care too much, but... Oh, now... Greater than 3,000, she'll switch locations to whichever one is closest. But before we do all that, let's just reboot the engine. Because it's going painfully slow. And there's no real reason it should be. I know my computer's a potato sometimes, but not that big of a potato. Maybe it is. Maybe it's the ultimate potato. Orange did the other map. Less is more in the world of maps. Actually not true. I used to think that. I don't think that's so much anymore. Yeah, I can definitely reduce the amount of enemies in this room. Like a book, she should move to this one. Maybe. There's like way too many enemies in this map now with how I've changed it.
2, 1, 3.
Oh, I'm dumb. She already found it. She doesn't spawn at that point anyway, so. There she is. Perfect. Walk the chat. What are you saying? I rush the bank thing? That's fair. Banks wait for nobody. These bank people. Just get trapped for long now. If I'm over here, I think she'll just spawn right here, right? Oh, she's coming that way. Never mind. Run away! Oh, I'm gonna make the playroom terrifying. Oh no. Why you gotta pay for Crunchyroll like that? You could have had Clip Studio paid, oh my god. Well, this doesn't play out too bad even as it is, because she's like, as soon as you get far enough away, see how far away it is, but yeah, she's already coming out of somewhere else. So she's always a threat.
4, 6, 4.
I'm definitely gonna use some of spawns in this place. Definitely not bad. Oh yeah. Oh, she looked super evil there for a second. Okay, I can get behind this. Yeah, hopefully I did all that. If adding money was not good enough, that's questionable. I would worry about your bank there. Like, hey, wait a minute. That's not what banks do. They're supposed to give money back. Taking money, nothing. This works actually. I don't think she's gonna move randomly at all. I think she'll just chase after you, and I'm gonna redo how I did the playroom. And probably restructure the playroom too. From the dumb system it is now to her being a legitimate threat everywhere. I'll have to make it so you can evade her a lot better though. That's true. Yep, you just gotta keep passing go over and over, get your $200. Walk right over to the bank, so step on the go things up. I need 200 more. Oh, I stepped on the go, 200 more. Of course, if they did that, the money'd be worth nothing, but you wouldn't be able to buy anything with it. 200 bucks would mean it'd be like, you know, pennies, it'd be nothing. But or was I think it was like Zimbabwe or something like that, where they had like, you know, $1 million bills or something dumb. Or was that Venezuela? I don't know. It could have been Venezuela, where at some point the toilet paper was more valuable than their money, so people were using the money as toilet paper. Which is hilarious. Yeah, this new method is a lot smarter than the other method. Well, yeah, if the money's worth less than toilet paper. I have to remember what money really is. Money is the promise of labor. You take the entire labor pool of a country, and then you take all the money that's out there and divide that. And that's what each bit of money is worth. So essentially what the country can produce effectively. So if you keep printing more, you're just dividing up the same labor pool. So it's not like you're adding more labor. You're not adding more people to do things. The country can't produce additional things. So it just makes everything worth less and less. Which is why you can't print your way out of debt or anything like that. And why printing money causes inflation. I like the room darker for purposes of Charlotte, and I don't know if I like it for purposes of the pipes. But if I want more of a horrifying feel to the game, it almost needs to be darker. I mean, because you gotta realize what's happening in this place. Clearly it's nothing good. Like, if they're taking souls and putting them in dolls, this is not a good place. Bad things are happening here. Or the crazy ghost girl running around on top of that, playing with all these weird toys with people's souls in them. It's a messed up place. Why is it all bright and wonderful? I mean, some rooms, sure, I won't always have Charlotte in every room, because if she's in every room, well, it takes the fun out of her, right? She has to show up only sometimes. In strange places where you don't expect to see her, and then you're like, oh, and then you do something else. You're like, like maybe you'll look in here and like she'll be like hiding up here or something like that, watching you. Watching. Maybe you don't even notice her. Not gonna ever attack you or anything, but maybe you just do that. Maybe you just put one up there. It's just like, Good. Let's make a conceptual thing here. This is part of the polish thing added in there too. Well, I mean, some of the gameplay mechanics are adding this in too. It's honestly possible that I don't even need as many areas as I think. The story doesn't have to be anywhere near as complicated as I originally had it. I'm definitely paring down the game as I realize how out of control some things were. Yeah? That's fair. She doesn't have any hair. It's not attached to her directly. I could change her hair for whatever reason. Actually, I just got tired of having hair issues, so now I just attach the hair after the fact. That's fair. That's why I was saying, like, it was better to just buy the UI thing if you could, because of how much time it's spent on it. And it's like, cool, great, you have this UI, but for what? Right? Like, for what? I dropped like 2 weeks on my UI, but I already had a game. That's why I made the UI, because I'm like, well, I need the UI for the game. I really recommend people spend less time on their UI, more time on their game. Not really watching you though. Like, let's say I put one of these over here. She's like a size 5. Yep, best advice. Make game. Yeah, she's kind of just up there. He's good. Have her curiously looking at you. When I get like a voice for or something, I can have her whisper at you or something like that. Be creepy. Maybe. So unless you looked up, you wouldn't see her, but the problem is the odds of looking up isn't very high in this game. You don't look up that often. You'll look up this way. But I doubt you'll look this way. I suppose it's fair. Make a tutorial about it. There you go. Like tutorials on how to do things? Yeah, like, the farther I get into game dev, the more I'm really realizing the thing that I was told ages ago about, it's actually from RPG Maker people, actually. I can't remember who it was in the community that said it, but they said that the people who released the most games, or who were most likely to release in general, were the people who were doing exactly what the engine was intended for and no more. They would get the games to market, whereas the people who would sit there and do all this crazy stuff would never finish their games. And I thought about it, it's like, you know, you're right. And I was like, I'm trying to be different. But in reality, I really never did anything for the game. It truly never hit the market. Like, I mean, I got some like prototypes out there for people to mess with, but in all that effort to do something with an engine that wasn't intended, it led to exactly that. And I think the lesson is not what the engine's intended for so much as realizing what you can and can't do. And every time you have to custom something, it adds to your timeline to the point where it's like, you see, yeah, this might be a little hard. Yeah. Man, I'm doing terrible on Twitch today. Great on YouTube. Yeah, like, that's what I'm seeing, like, especially with this too, and I started realizing the things like I was at this delusions of like 5 different biomes and like 7 chapters for the game and everything, and if you want quality content and you're one person, you probably should lock it down to a lot less than that, unless your timeline is like 5+ years, in which case, you know, more power to you. But like, say, the longer the timeline for a game, the more likely you are to fail to release. Something comes up, your health sucks, something happens to family members, you run out of money. I mean, and then your game has to succeed too, because every 5 years, that's a long time. Yeah, it's just a question of what is and isn't, you know, a thing. And yeah, that's a lot of time. It was like was it Sigma Sakura, the guy from RPG Maker thing, who said that he was the guy who said that he tried to release his games within a so many month time frame because of the exact problem that I'm saying. He's the one who told me. It's like, yeah, the things that could come up that could ruin your chances of releasing. So the faster you can just make it, the better. I mean, here I'm making a game over 3 years, so. But if I'm capping it at 3 years, or actually a little less than 3 years, there's realistic for 3 years, right? Especially when I didn't even know the engine all that well. Versus, you know, if I was going to go 5 years, but unless I suddenly become a super successful streamer, which, you know, that'd be amazing, but, you know, I'm not going to bank on that, okay? Like, really awesome if it happens, but... So yeah, it's just like, I should probably have a reasonable release date. I want to put it places just to confuse people a bit, or like creep them out a little, but it's not working for where I want it. It seems too tall. Or I just put her somewhere and just have her looking at you and like whispering noises. Maybe she just goes back to that location. I don't know. Yeah. And don't restart your projects. Like, once you've started a project, finish it. Because if you start a new project, then all you're doing is wasting time and adding more time to the release of the main game you're working on. So every time you do that, you restart or you don't like an idea, you're back to square one. It's terrible. Also, gotta remember, you don't get paid until, you know, you release your game. So even if it's in early access, that's still a release. Got to put something out there to get paid, and you probably want to put a timeline on that. Yeah, I think the Toy Maze probably needs Charlotte to show up here first. More curious about you, and then probably upset that you killed Patrick. Yeah, I think she'll show up somewhere around here. I don't know what she'll do yet. I gotta H-load a bunch of crap too. But yeah, that's the more I get into this, the more just I keep working on this game, the more I realize what I can do, what I can't do, and what it will take to make what I had originally envisioned a reality. And, you know, I mean, it's actually easy to figure out because, you know, you just take how long is it taking me to reach this point and then ask myself, okay, well, if it took me this long and I want this much done in order to achieve my goal, how long would it really take? You just magnify the amount of things there. Sure, you'll be a little better at making things, but how much better? I mean, because I'm sure, like, I could probably do the next chapter in half the time will be nice, but if I'm into the game, I'm going, you know, it'll be about 18 months if I say I finish in July or something. Yeah, like 18 months to finish, and I'll finish the first chapter and kind of had some stuff in the second stuff. And yeah, I designed a bunch of systems behind it and everything, but let's be generous and say that you did it in a third of the time for the next chapter. 6 months? Okay. That means that, realistically, if I wanted time left to polish the game, I would have 3 whole chapters completed by the game's release. If each other chapter took 6 months. You gotta remember, the chapters are huge, too. There's basically a whole floor of the building plus a little bit extra. So it's like, huh. Okay. And I work on this a lot too, as evidenced by all the streams, how often I work on it. So it's like, I definitely think the scope of my game is getting smaller as I go, not bigger, because of the fact that I realize unless I never want to release a game, I better, yeah, I might early access it too, potentially. I mean, in a perfect world, I wouldn't early access it, but oh, I have to spawn Charlotte in as well. Those traps do not spawn Charlotte. Well, let's not put Charlotte by a door, because that would be weird. You'll put Charlotte right here, right? Yeah? No. No. Let's put her back here. Sure. Just for testing purposes. Actually just added to the spawn thing. What am I doing? Added to the room info. Oh, this one also needs to be replaced by the smoke. Whether it's like the fast way to make money, is to make a prototype and get publishers and investors. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. By January, I'm hoping to have, sorry, July, I'm hoping to have a very put together first chapter that I can then wave in front of everyone under the sun. Epic Mega Grants, publishers, maybe Kickstarter, I don't even know. Whatever I can do, it'll be there and very available for people to take a look at. Because, I mean, gotta have something that's awesome. I'm pretty certain I can win an Epic Mega Grant with this, especially with the fact that I stream what I do, so people see what I do, and it's like a learning thing, so I'm helping the community, which is one of the requirements. Is to, well, one of the things that helps out for your chances. With like 150 plus streams by now, showing making the game, I think that qualifies as helping the community, right? Hope so. If it doesn't, I don't know what does. Little smoke thingies are in here. You should pop out of them. I'm closest to this one. Oh, never mind. Right away. This room is poorly designed for her right now. Oh no! Get away! Well, shoot, this is a different room. Probably over there. Or is she? And she's on the other side of that. I didn't grab the key though. I had to go the other way to get the key. I was just curious to see where she'd end up. Uh-oh. This is why the room's gonna have to be changed around, because there's no way to dodge her. You'll just get wrecked. Well, it kind of is. You can jump over. Hey, Rasta. How's it going? Between Charlotte around. Now this room is significantly more terrifying. I think I'll have her randomly pick spawns sometimes. And sometimes pick the one closest to you. But not often. Oh, nice. Oh, she's over there. I think I see her, Captain. Where are you going? I know where she's looking, but I'm going this way. Buddy, pal, friend. She's definitely more terrifying now. She don't know where she's coming from. Yeah, I should beat it this way. Yeah, the game might be too dark outside of that room. I remember reading whatever, yeah, what you said was the problem. Then I forgot to respond. Game mode base doesn't work. It works as normal game mode. Did they make like some sort of custom game mode base in the other tutorial or something? Since it looked like that was a part 2. And half the time, those tutorials usually aren't very good. They usually do a lot of really bad things, and it's just like the quick, down and dirty way to make something. Because they don't want it to be too complicated for people, otherwise people will have a hard time figuring out what it's being asked of them. Some of the other ones I followed, the practices they had for me were so stupid. But I learned, so, you know, I can't really fault them. Random location. Oh, actually. Random item from array is real easy. I could actually just recycle the same code. I don't really need to have an extra. I just set the spawn point and then I could just ram it into the same thing. I was talking about making our AI more complicated. And fixing the playroom, which clearly had some problems, because, well... yeah. I think a lot of times just adding Charlotte places, and I need to look at Voodoo's horrible AI problems. I think that had everything to do with me messing with jump. Because originally I had some extra restrictors in here that just seem to be not happening. Also, this is just a catastrophe here. I if that'll fix their problem. Just done all of it. And that mesh goes to this room too. Perfect. Wait, why is the music wrong? I did recently redo the music so it had way less code. All in an effort to make the code more, you know, expandable for the fact that there was going to probably be 100 rooms in the game, and I didn't really want to have a, you know, switch on string 100 different little, you know, combinations of nodes. It would have just been this huge mess. And now we don't. Add the room music thingy. Eventually, all the room information might just get crammed together, to be completely honest. Make my life easier. Just one struct for everything. Do I not have a Forbidden Toys room? I think this is what happened. Hmm. Could use that one. Different version of it. Actually, one of them's a loop, right? Actually. Eh. Yeah, a lot of these aren't making the cut. I think it was actually called some sort of ritual thing or something like that. Yeah, this one ain't. No. Need a fast one. There we go, it's hidden in the dark. Oh, it turns blue once it's like clicked off it. Where I thought it was purple for some reason. I was like, why? Why purple? I have questions. So many questions. Anyway, I was gonna say that fixed our jump problem. There's definitely some issues going on here. Get everything loaded in here because I spawned into the room and I didn't do the other. I take a quick bio break in a second here. Yeah, she's still looking in the wrong direction. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be back to solve that. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast and then I'll figure that out. Didn't really help. Oh, I was also gonna put a thing over here for her thing. Yeah, I might separate this code out just because it feels weird to connect them. Easier to keep things in lines of where they're supposed to be. Even if it is the same code. And technically I could save some of that code there and just take an array from that and then have the array check those and stop a little. Well, it would only stop this code. It wouldn't even stop all of it. It'd be stupid. I'd gain very little from that, and I'd do it every time, so it'd probably be very inefficient. Another one of the little bot thingies. Well, good for that bot. Let's go ahead and ban that bot too. The beautiful thing about the Twitch streaming over there, you know, on that side, every once in a while you get a bot you get to ban for fun. I haven't had one on YouTube yet that I have to ban. Actually, I haven't had a bot on YouTube yet, so guess they cracked down on them a little more. And then the puppet masters where all these things are. I'm not even sure I wanted to move randomly at all. Probably not. Oh, there's an also is safe option here, so if you're safe. I'm fine with that, but then there's Vu I was looking at is broken. This new system is so much better for figuring out which command they're going to do, because I changed to another system and I didn't know which one they were going to do. But because this one just does the name system and tells you exactly what it's going to be, like it tells her, I can actually figure out what it is that she's doing by just putting one print string instead of having to put them at the end of everything with different names. Very handy. Very handy indeed. Delays at the end do nothing. They used to do something, but not really now. Not even sure they do anything here, honestly. Probably not. I get another sub. Nice. I have all the watch hours to get monetization on YouTube. I just don't have anywhere near enough subs. So anybody who wants the sub, can help a guy out so I can get more money for the game. Because this means I get to add more to the game. It'd be much appreciated. Much appreciated indeed. Okay, this music is just very weird when this other music's playing. What you doing, buddy? I have to assume that something is wrong with her targeting. Also at 3,000 she does nothing. Let's start making some notes about Olvu here. Um, 3,000 plus range does nothing. Actually, I just want a flat out screenshot of that. That is obviously not acceptable. Okay, creature would like to be on this screen now, not that screen. Why? I don't know. It just likes this screen. Come on. Come on. Didn't load onto that screen. Or Krita or whatever it is. People need to stop naming their things weird crap so I can say it. Okay, so it works terribly at that distance. Let's just go forward and see how much more towers. At around this range it starts to try, but then she just starts spazzing out, going to the sides. So make a note of this here too, those there, and then let's see, medium range. Medium range just starts jumping in circles, running any random direction. And she's still hitting me, but she's just running around all crazy. And then up close, what do you even do? Same thing. Yeah, there's like a rapid jump that happens. It's really bizarre. And then up close, just runs away and jumps like a crazy person. Runs. Close up, runs away and jump around like a crazy person. Okay. And Patrick kind of got the same thing too, where he just started jumping like crazy, and it's not stopping the things there. So I guess we just start working over why. So in the Puppet Master, it's not supposed to let them do anything if they're dead, but she's clearly not dead, or she has the can act tag. She does that, and it's supposed to remove the can act tag right here. That's not. It would remove it on the actual graph itself. It's the battle info, bases these things upon that, sure. It's actually on her that does it. This is unnecessary. It doesn't need to check can act ever, right? Because it's already checking it on the Puppet Master. The Puppet Master should prevent a can act from even happening right here. Making this kind of weird. But it's the BPMPC asking this question, so then it has the status can act, sure. It returns it. It returns it. Mostly just stops it early on if it happens to have these tags, but I believe all that could just be moved over to that, and it could just remove this tag. And then at the very end, when it's actually happy about it, then it can just add the tag back. Thus defeating the need for 9 million extra checks that could have all been done on the Puppet Master. As one giant can act option. That makes sense. Should probably just do that. So this way the code's all in one spot. I mean, technically it's all in the VPNPC, but it really doesn't make sense to run all this crap over and over and over and over and over. Also, current action is not even a thing anymore. Or like stunned is not a thing. So this doesn't even need to exist. Be a few things I gotta redo here. Yeah, I'm just in the Puppet Master, just remove that gameplay tag here. Right now I'm doing this here, just I'll never remove it here. And this way it has even less time to try to issue additional commands. And then at the end of its chains, it actually adds it back. So I can just do that where I just RFG it from there, and then it's only added back at the end of each of its things. You get sort of having to branch a bunch of other places too. It's just one spot. And right at the very end here, we'll reset can act. Technically, I could put it at the end of their. Well, it wouldn't work at the end of a chain because. Well, actually, no, it could work at the end of a chain. I could actually just have it at the end of each of the things they have. And then it would do each command down the thing, but then be unable to issue additional commands until such a time as the reset connect happens. It wouldn't mean I'd have to add it to every single one of them if I did that. It might be the right call though. I'm already gonna have to adjust a bunch of them because I put that in a bunch of locations instead of one location. And I hate that it's in a bunch of locations, so I think I'm just gonna do it now and get it over with. Because it's in every command and every basic attack and all this stuff there, and I think I should just standardize all this crap now because I'm gonna have to do it anyway. Might as well standardize it now and get it over with. Same thing with their attacks too. Like everything could be standardized into something along these lines here. I mean, it'll be annoying because I have to put it at the end of every one of these. But I really don't have a better plan for that. Because, well, I could connect them all up via the same line to things. That'll just be just as messy, though. That's not going to be amazing. It's kind of annoying, especially for the enemies with a lot of things here. But this technically lets me have longer chains of stuff where I don't have to worry about it because it won't let them act more than once until they're completely done with the chain. There's actually a hybrid of the, I think the second system I had and the first system I had, allowing for significantly more actions before issues. I mean, technically now it could do have a bunch of actions, but it would also get confused because it would let you it would remove the tag briefly, which is probably long enough to issue a new command sometimes. I mean, we've still got problems. Make no mistake about it. Then I gotta go to the movement thingies and remove it too. This literally just sets the current battle phase. I guess leave it on for now. The batch just keeps jumping in weird directions. It's kind of annoying. Anyway, that's not what I need. Oh, I kept that because I might want it for later. I guess I might have had to do one scrap, so I thought it was unnecessary given the setup I currently have. This really does remove the code from a lot of locations. Too true. I already did this one. I don't know why I did that, but okay. Most of what they do is move anyway. They have like a handful of attacks and they have moves, and that's kind of what they do. It's pretty much the gist of it. Yeah, it's like it doesn't lock her down. For 30 seconds, not 2 seconds? Nah, I want 30. Wonder if her blend animation thing is a problem. That thing is kind of weird. She's rapid firing attacks too, which kind of makes me question a lot as well. I mean, at 3000, she should actually have a pretty good system here because the move to connect is like this. I also want to know, I guess, two things. Or do I have a print string currently saved? Let's see if they're yielding the same result. It's like it's not finding the player character, which is weird. Just to double check, this one has 30 seconds on it. It's 2. Okay, it's kind of annoying to try to figure it out. Gotta figure out about where the problem is and then go from there. Once I have some vague idea of where to start looking. What is even going on here? I don't see it picking up the target information at all in there. Never mind, I think it is. I just told it to not get the I didn't tell it to get the location. That's really what I want to know. Beyond that, everyone's remove can act a bunch of times, which it's probably because of why is it running remove can act over and over? There'll only be one going on right now. Where's the target? Oh man, I put remove connect, I need the name. Okay, Oliver's over there, sure. I'm just gonna avoid that, so I don't have him constantly checking. Can't avoid that, I have to put something there. Rebel pot will do. Just something that doesn't, it's not a character, so I can just see what Vu is doing and not what Oliver is doing. is it able to continuously do this? Reset connect is there, and then it removes connect a bunch of times. You adjust when this happens so that's a little better. I mean, it literally checks right after. The location information is correct for where it's looking. Like, that seems right. After all, if I get the player location directly by getting player character and then game location, that should be a correct number. So I don't believe the problem is that. I get to get rid of that information. It's like it's just doing it so fast. And I had all these extra little checks in there to kind of prevent that, but they really weren't doing that great of a job. So there were still issues previously. It's just now there's more issues. Also, I need to oil this or something. I don't think the issue is in the player's location. I guess I could have Poppet reporter location as well. I'm pretty certain it would report exactly the same, but just to double check that that is not an issue. Add it to the upkeep graph and she can just report her location. Oh. Make sure it is entirely accurate. And once that's in, I can roll the other information and then get down to why it's able to do something so often. There might need to be a reset do once thingy thing going on too. Yeah, it's finding the right location, so that's not the issue right here. Good to know. There was a time when she was having issues finding Poppet, but that is not today. Any place where you can eliminate a potential problem is never bad. I can eliminate it as the potential problem. I'll also give it a second between things too, so they can't spam. I could check them once a second and they run their commands. You know, I think what I'm missing is actually that it's not actually removing the tag. It's just it removes it from this thing here, but I don't think it's actually a copy of their thing. Like it's not directly referencing them. So there's actually like a update gameplay tags. I did it with these safe thingies in a second. These have that code. Kind of sad I had my mouth cleaned today and everything like that with like a deep cleaning, which is really awkward. They just numb like half your mouth and they just do this weird cleaning thing. When it's the most numbing you'll probably ever have. And now I can't drink any alcohol for like 24 hours. After a cleaning. Normally cleaning is like it doesn't do anything, but it's also really awkward. The whole cleaning was just like the most catastrophe thing. Like they're all like using something with that uses water to do it. Like it's just dribbling water down the side of my face, down my like chest and everything. I'm like, oh. At one point they literally like sprayed me in the face with the water. I was like, I had glasses on too. I brought my shades this time because of last time how bad it was, and this incompetence level was terrible. Western Dental, they're not very good. That's my explanation. Don't go to them. They also mysteriously didn't have soap in their bathroom. Hopefully I don't get an infection. Or I won't. I'm pretty certain they were wearing gloves and sterilizing things, hopefully. Question mark. At least it didn't take them 6 hours this time to do a x-ray. That's pretty bad. It's like, oh, your x-ray was 6 hours later. Normally dentist's office could have done this in 20 minutes. And it was an adventure today, to be sure. Yeah, it's just update gameplay tags from BPI Interact. Which all of them would have anyway, so I can just have the Puppet Master call them. Actually, it's fair, the Puppet Master should have BPI Interact. Because it's getting gameplay tags. Well, it's sending a message, so it doesn't even matter. Alright, Puppet. That'll probably do it right there. Because it should not be able to spam remove can act over and over. Because it's checking to see if can act is even there before it even does that. So clearly I'm not updating it. Oh, that's the wrong room. I do not wish to check against everybody. I wish to check against one thing to make my life easier. A lot of chatters tonight. That's fair. Well, she's only spamming the one action, so that's good. I mean, obviously 0.5 is 1 second's way too long, but at least she's behaving more correctly, even if she's relatively confused on what she's doing. Is there a remove connect tag somewhere else? Because she's only doing it once. I mean, like, she's only doing the one thing once, but it seems like... How is it able to keep saying this over and over? Also, every half second for an action seems better. She has to finish first before she can do anything else. I should have screenshotted what she was currently doing.
So just do it! Make your dreams come true!
Hey, Wing Poo. How's it going? I'm fixing that broken AI, or well, improving the current AI system. It's okay for really stupid enemies, but pretty bad for bosses. Also made Charlotte scarier too. That's fair. I but you gotta have a roadmap, right? Because you don't have a roadmap, you might get stuck in dev hell, right? How is she able to multi-jump? Why can she not do anything at a range? What questions? She shouldn't be able to keep acting. What even happened there? You lose sanity anytime you're in the dark. Boss fights included. So you have to constantly run back to the light. But you have to go run to the darkness in order to gain your curse power using your abilities. Unless you just want to bonk him with the fool over and over, but... There's currently... Actually, there is one way to heal without using curse power. Yeah. Unfortunately, this new AI system messed the fight up. I recorded a video of the fight beforehand, before I made all the changes. I was gonna put it up on my YouTube, but I haven't done it yet. I think I showed it during a stream once. Yeah, that's why the battlefield rotating and moving all the candles around makes it more obnoxious. Well, one of the many reasons. Oh yeah, I guess I left it like that, so the sandy was going on. So... Somehow, though, it's removing can act, and in the time it's doing it, it's actually able to do an additional action, but it doesn't actually do any action. It just says it's going. It says it's going to again. What's your roadmap looking like? You got a release figured out when you're doing things? What targeted date for release? That's fair. You want to be within 3 years of Star Wars? Which is about 4 months ago. Oh, that is the story of so many game devs. That's why I'm not really adding to this game anymore, for the most part. As far as what I plan on my features, I'm just cutting things. All right. I mean, you know, 3 years is, depending upon the scope of your game, incredibly ambitious. It was really ambitious for mine. It's far too ambitious for what I had planned. Far too ambitious. Yeah. Well, you just have to cut features until you can get it done in that time, right? I started putting like cutoff times for how long I'd work on something, and then I just would move to the next thing. It's like, okay, well, it's good enough. Don't need perfection, I just need it good enough. Yeah. A lot of people are. A lot of people are indeed. Before I can try again on these, I would want to do that, since this would be a lot more effective if there was more things in here and not just one. Yep, there you go. That's why a lot of people never finish, because they think that their game is very doable. And unless you're a team, it's hard to say what's truly doable. How are you able to can act over and over and over? Like, it shouldn't be able to continuously do this. It's like it's not removing the tag, and yet it somehow is. Then at a distance, she's not even get closer and she starts doing it again. He also isn't moving to target at all. And then reset can act is running a bunch of times too. I have so many questions. Yeah. Yeah. You might get it. I'm used to the hobbyist community. People there have dreams that are much bigger than their capabilities, and you get people who's like, I've been working on my game for 10 years, and you're like, you finished yet? And they're like, no, and I'm like, alrighty then. Usually they get bored of the project, something comes up like a health problem or something, money runs out, you know, take your pick. The longer it goes, the greater the chance that something goes wrong. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, what costs money? That's right. It can be tough the longer you do it. Like I say, things come up. I've been there. I had 2.5 years of health problems that basically shelved my entire game dev entirely because, well, I made the project take too long, and then that project fell apart, and another one I released as like a prototype thing, he didn't do very well. Yeah, just things can happen. The longer the timeline, the more likely something happens. Just life. Stuff happens. True. But I also recognize that the longer I, to avoid something like that happening again, I would like to finish in a very specific time frame or to reduce it, because otherwise, I mean, like I say, every year he goes by, you're much less likely to finish. And this isn't the only game I want to make too, so it's like, But that's me. Everybody else can decide their own fate. Because, some people want to work. I mean, there are people who've been successful making their game out in like 8 years. And there's probably a lot more that have failed after they tried to make their game for 8 years, but there's always the Stardew Valley guy, just get a girlfriend to pay all your bills until you finish your game. And then hope your game is amazing. This makes so little sense in how it manages to do. I guess I could put the reset farther down the road, but the resets can act twice. How? They don't even have a looping thing. It literally just says run one thing, and at the end of each of these things it just says reset can act. So in what world is she able to do that unless there's something else with a bonus? Okay, I have one in here still. That's where it's happening. I'm just like, wait a minute. Something ain't right here. Yeah, I'm not really one to give up. I have a dream that I want. This was actually not the dream game, but I like the idea of it so much that the Game Jam game became the game that I wanted to make. Honestly, just more together than the other game. Why is Annie's on here? Where are you at, Annie's on? Why have you spawned in? I guess you're just always on the level. That's true. Well, let me add to the room thingy when Annie's on here. Yep, I will be unlikely to give up at this point. I have been cutting the game down though. I did the math on how long it took to reach where I'm at now and what I had planned. I was like, that ain't happening. There's no way I'll succeed in getting that done in any kind of time frame that I am willing to, you know, put forth for it, honestly. But it depends. Like, you know, if let's say Epic decides to give me a mega grant, suddenly my timeline might get longer. You know, if there's the potential to make a better game because Epic decided to bless me with the ducats, I could see it. Okay, I'm just trying to grab the spawn transfer array thingy. Thank you. I want to grab the little doohickey. Thank you. Kind of hard to grab inside of the giant hat. $135, and this is actually that doesn't even help. What's inside the hat? That's 135. And I delete this one. Technically, it can spawn its own building too, which I probably should actually be doing. True. Whatever. I just don't want it spamming that information over and over. One at a time. So I can get an accurate idea of what's going on here. Not what is going on. Which is... The cool part is the next game will be made so much faster because I'm just going to make it on top of this one as far as everything this had, so... I don't get how it can remove can't act over and over. When are you getting the tags? Because if it's getting it before the loop, I could see that being the problem. It is most certainly getting it after. Oh. It'd probably help if I actually put the matching function on here, wouldn't it? I figured it was something dumb. It's always something dumb. Like, I'm used to it. It's something dumb. It's always going to be something dumb. There's plenty of dumb that I'm going to do. Could have made it a function too as well, but it didn't. My explanation for what happened there. Ooh. Oh. I flubbed going around and around. Alright. Something is wrong with the 3000 range thingy because those ones have done nothing so far. Fine. But it did manage to remove it once, and then it's just saying her name over and over, which is exactly what I'm looking for. But this 3000 range does not work. I think it was range 1 it tried. Well, let's test this first of all. Actually, woohoo! Okay, so it just completely flubs on 3000 range 2. It didn't even come close to doing anything after that. So we now know there's a problem there. Why is move to target failing? I mean, this is a BPM PC thing. It's if it fails on one, it should fail on everyone, right? That's the theory. Oh, what am I doing? Well, even if it's not valid, it should actually just break and continue anyway. There should be no world where it can be stopped. For the most part. Alright, well, I guess we're doing more print strings to figure out where we're breaking. At least now I know that it's not... like the rest of it works. Now we're at Vu not working herself. But the other system works. And then it just keeps looking for her over and over. It's like, does she have it? Does she have it? Does she have it? No. That's fine. It's none of this can't act over and over and over. Or remove can't act. So that's perfect. But chair seems less comfortable than I remember it being. May switch to standing at some point. Anyway, I just got to go through them and print string these other ones. There's really just no two ways about it. Let's make it easy, and it'll just always be this one, so I don't have to figure out any other additional problems. Right? Make my life easy. Move one. Well, look at targets actually decided by this. So that shouldn't make any difference. Face the target could be messed up though, that's true. Well, let's see where it breaks at and then we'll go from there. Move to targets where we have some problems, so let's just add it down by move the target. The last one here. I'm pretty certain it doesn't reach this, but once I figure out approximately where it stops, I can sit there and go the whole distance for every little, you know, check each step to see where it breaks. Versus just a broad stroke. So it saves me having to enter a certain number of them. Oh, nope, too slow. It didn't even hit the first one. Now that is interesting. How do you not even hit the first one? Okay. Rocking the front part, what a weird thing. On the Puppet Master, are you calling the right thing? Or is the name off? There's a space on it. There's a space on you too. There's space on all these? Oh no, I think there is. Oh no, that's terrible. Not one on this one, so that's good to note. Because it wants an exact name, a space also is not exact. I wonder if I copied this on other ones. Uh-oh. I'd explain why Vu's just broken in half. Most of her commands aren't even the right thing. Because they have that stupid space. I was wondering why my code wasn't working on her, but working on like everybody else. And I figured the problem was her, but I checked my own code, the other code, because I know the other code is correct for the most part. So that means that whenever I see a break there, I have some idea of like, I have something to base off of that actually works. And go, if it's not reaching this point, something's real wrong here. Oh, she moved to me, move end. Sure, that was good. Vu's waiting. She did not reset the action though. But she successfully made it to move in. She did move towards me. However, she did it on one that was not that one. But she moved towards me, which is a good sign. That was 800 that failed though. 800 range 2 failed. This one here. So it's fire and projectiles that's now failing. Okay. Because I deleted that one thing there and flubbed it? Probably. Well, bugs in Vu actually made the whole thing better. Now I can make things a lot faster with way less delays because the system isn't trying to just institute bonus delays to try to make up for itself. It's just like, nope, you can only do it when it's ready. Okay. You did reset can act, that's true. So we're doing good. But then you stopped. The 2000 range 1 no longer works right. But we're getting there. We're figuring out all the broken things here in this. I mean, I knew she'd be pretty bad. She's one of the more complicated thingies. Weirdly, I think Patrick might be more complicated, but I could probably retool Patrick to be less complicated, and I might. So the flub was on 2000. No, they reset it can't act on 2000 range 1. And then she did nothing after that. Wish I could just have a sequence at the start, but the problem with the sequence is as soon as it hits a delay here, it just does the next thing in the sequence. You have to actually put it at the end. It's weird that she somehow managed to break after having a reset connect, and then it was still looking. And there's no additional remove act afterwards. Like, it's happened literally in between exactly the same thing there. Usually when something is random, it's a timing issue. I fail to see how this can be a timing issue on this one because, I mean, it has to execute every bit of code before it even gets there. I start eliminating these. Well, no, I'll leave it for now. Everyone else is going to have this same treatment though, where I add these to the end and remove their attacks. So I added a bunch of work by doing this, but it does fix problems with some of the other ones as well. So, and allow for multi types of attacks when it works. I'm gonna test it again and get another instance to see if it fails even at a distance. I'll just stand really far back and see what if it fails there too. Like how many times we loop in here. Far back as you can get. Sure. I think the problem is now on the Puppet Master. Might actually be the new ones that I put in here just to test it out. Potentially it's breaking itself here. Right here. Because it never resets the loop if that happens to be a thing. Like what's ever false, so thus preventing their actions from ever happening again. Oh. It's hard to rotate the camera fast enough to keep multiplying your thing like that and just surf like that. Oh, now we're fighting. Now you seem like a baller. That's right. Oh, now you're wandering off. You see, I started saying nice things, and what do? You wander off. You say, yeah. Why did you attack like that? Oh, now she's going nutsy. That's there. Move in. There's some problems with that thing there. Like, that was... She's getting better. Like, make no mistake about it. She is getting better. She should not have been able to do whatever this was, though. But she is getting closer. Like, she's still attacking me. She just wanders off in weird directions. But that could just be a bad choice there. Oh yeah, it's pure blueprints. She's not breaking this time. It's just that sometimes she's done multi-moving, which is interesting. But we're getting pretty close to it working well. Yeah, I'm rebuilding my AI system so that like there's a puppet master who basically puppets all of the enemies in the game instead of needing them all to have their own logic. And it's way more efficient at what it does than them having their own logic. It's not even close. But there's a bit of pains in moving some of the bosses into it. You know, they kind of have some problems. I'm having to make some additional changes to make up for my interesting coding choices initially. Yes. Interesting indeed. Yes. But I'm moving more logic to the Puppet Masters because, I mean, there's really no reason for everybody to run these things. Like, some stuff is very specific to each enemy and like they'll run it themselves. Like, there's no reason for the Puppet Master to run everything if it's specific, but I started switching things out for gameplay tags instead to check if things were like dead or whatever, and if they could actually act. And then the actual actions themselves are performed on the blueprints because of, or actually on the characters, because they're specific to the characters, like patterns and chains, and it's just geared towards whichever string it is. This one's just dictated by range to save time, where she has so many attacks, and then at the end there's a reset thingy that sends it back. which is just a function that's currently got that, so I can see if when it's doing it. It's mostly working, except for the character's behavior is a little weird, and somehow it managed to do that a lot. That was like the only time that happened. Because on a move I have every single one of the... Like I have a bunch of steps set into it just to see. I think I'll remove all the ones from the move thingy because I don't think I need it. Just like these, I don't think that that's the problem anymore. It's maybe a little crappy, but these don't need to be there. This is quite the fight for this character to work. Not even the most complicated one, but... With the way I've changed these things, I now need to go through all the other enemies and change them too. Most unfortunate. I wish there was an easier way to do this particular part here. But the reason why it's not, you know, stuffed into one of these is then I can stack them. You perform like as many actions as you want, and then it'll go and send it back to the puppet master to go, okay, I'll just do this. Our attack thingy no longer needs can act. We remove that. Oh yeah, this character just blows itself to bits, so I don't really care what it does anymore. Except for, never mind, I'm done with that. If the character's a suicide bomber, we don't need to reset their actions at all. I think we know what the end result is going to be. Right? I think we can all assume that it's going to go down like that. Yeah. It's going to go down exactly as you expect it to. I basically have 15 enemies to fix and 3 bosses. But since I'm only, you know, in like the first chapter of the game effectively for what I'm working on, I have like almost an hour and a half of content already. It plays pretty well, it's just... I'm in the polishing phase for it, you know? So I can make myself a demo for Kickstarter, publishers, Epic Mega Grants, you know, take your pick. But it's got to be done by July. Well, technically the Mega Grants thing is like mid-July to like mid-September. But I'd rather have it done by July so I can get to working on the second chapter. Also, they don't pay out until... well, they give you a notice December 1st through the 5th. So after that... I mean, take it to me what you will. A lot of this stuff I'm not even going to need anymore, probably, but whatever. Well, actually, no, those are all things related to it. That's fine. Alright, so pipe cleaner's done. Pipe contraption. I can really simplify this whole setup quite a bit if I want. Oh, never mind, this is reset can't act anyway, it's just right there. It's perfectly fine if it's at the end of there. I'm dumb. Is valid. Ain't nobody resetting anything in here? Perfect. Works for me. That one's done. Next one. This doesn't even work, but I'm gonna delete this because it doesn't need it. Because I never finished even making this one. I need to get mortar math together, and I haven't figured out the math for mortars yet, so. Good job, me. Reset connect is at the end of each of those. Reload. Reset connect there, nice. Most of the enemies are pretty brain dead simple, so I don't have to do anything too special. It's just a couple of them that are ridiculous, and I'm gonna hate my life. I could run them all into the same thing, but then if I move them around, I'll have to deal with that obnoxiousness too. I believe the lowest they do is 25k, and the highest is like 200,000. So, you know, you have to decide how much you're asking for, and you do have to actually kind of itemize what you're going to spend the money on too. So it's not like you can't just, you know, submit and hope they give you 200k. It's probably not happening unless you can convince them that 200k is the right amount. So if they gave me 25k, I wouldn't be like, oh man, how am I going to complete my game? I'd be like, yeah. Thanks. Oh, I'm pretty certain I'll get it. I have so much going in my favor. I would be in shock if I don't get it. Yeah. I'll show you the game in a second. The problem is I just redid the AI, so all the enemies need to be fixed before I can show you the game. Well, all the ones in the areas I was at, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I also stream to YouTube while I do this too, and I have like streams of making this too, so I even have the help the community thing down with over 150 streams making this. In case you want to see the playlist of where it all started and where it went. I got a lot going on there. But I do have to actually get it to the point where I can release it too. But I should have a pretty good demo. But about an hour and a half to 2 hours will be like, won't be a demo, it'll be like just what I show them. And I'm gonna get it as polished as possible. I might not even send the full hour and a half. I might just, you know, end it earlier than that. But oh, where'd we go there? Minecraft. There we go. I'll probably try for like 50k or something, to be completely honest. I don't think I'm gonna go for 200k. That's insane. But I might just try for 25k. It depends. Like I say, I wouldn't scoff at 25k. I would be like, yep. But to find out, it takes like almost, you know, 6 months from application, so. I don't expect it to be in my hands anytime soon. So I previously had this reset action thingy, and like the stuff inside of each of the attack things. You know, I would block off the attacks and then do that, and then once the attack finished, then I would be able to let it go again using a gameplay tag to represent if, you know, they can act or not. But That way's okay if it's just them. It's not so great for the Puppet Master. I mean, it's okay, I guess, but... I think I'm going to skip Patricia in the moment and all the big... What is it? Because they're terrible. They're incredibly complicated. They're not very good for anything that's... like for complex AIs, they're like for like mid-tier garbage. But for simple AIs, they're incredibly large amounts of work for nothing. You can already recycle all the commands, you know, via just having them on a parent, so you don't gain anything by having those, but you have to make all these special individual files and move them all around, deal with weird timing stuff. It leads to this huge mess and takes significantly longer. And then it's really bad if you want to have like, you know, parent thingy that's monitoring everything, like an event that does it all. And I believe it was, I think it might have been Ubisoft. Oh, it was Activision. I found out that Activision doesn't use behavior trees. They think they suck too. And they actually just use blueprints. And I was like, oh. Okay, well, if it's good enough for the AAA companies, then you don't have to learn any new crap either. So it basically speeds up your time too. It's like, essentially behavior trees don't bring anything to the table. Besides more work. They bring that to the table, sure, but... Apparently there's... even Epic doesn't think they're good, and they're moving off to like state trees instead or something. So even they're discontinuing that crap. Well, discontinue is a strong word. Epic doesn't really discontinue so much as they just stop updating it to the point where it becomes useless eventually. I'm like, if even Epic doesn't have faith in this garbage, why would I? Yes. I do not use them. I tried it first. I tried to make a boss of them. The boss was fine, but then I replicated the same thing in blueprints with like a third of the work. I was like, it's because you don't have to send the information back and forth. That's really, I think, the big difference. Like, I use interfaces all the time, sure, but why? Why interface it back and forth if you can just, it's already on the blueprints themselves? And to be fair, now I interface it back to the master controller, but the master controller largely sends gameplay tags back and forth, and it sends like the target information back and forth, and then the name of the attack it wants you to do, and that's all it cares about. Well, actually, I think it sends slightly more than that. I'd have to look. Yeah. There's a lot of enemies in the game. Well, I guess there's only like, 15 regular enemies, and there's like 3 bosses so far, so I guess it's not that many. It's a pretty good number for the first area, though. At least I think so. Base the target, doesn't even have any of that. You know, an enemy is like bad when I didn't even bother to update to the previous one either. I just said, yeah, this is good. Oh, is there another attack graph? Uh-oh. There is. Doesn't even check. Doesn't care. Got it. Beautiful. So there's all them. And then I'm gonna leave the 2 bosses off for the moment because I don't want to do it. So that should work. Let's go play with enemies here. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. Pounding water over here, and yeah. Right back. Guess I'll leave the print strings on there to see if things are actually going to work right. Who knows if they will, right? Probably will. Well, let's see. You gonna move? Or did I break you? Is there a nav mesh down? There most certainly is. Okay, well. I don't know what that means, Corbett Show, but okay. I know what it means. Need. Do none of them move? Let me double check if none of them move. It's possible none of them do, in which case. Oh. Ruh-roh. Hi. How's it going? It looks like they've lost the ability to act there. Might be a problem with how I've set up things here. Well, it's fun to break things perpetually, you know? Possible it's this loop here that causes an issue, in which case I might just have to give it up. It'll say remove can act a few extra times, but I'm okay with this. As long as it doesn't perform any extra actions. But cannon has no problem shooting me in the face, though. We've established that's a thing. We know the cannon can shoot, but these cannot move. That one's moving. This one, not so much. This one's moving. This one also not so much. Do you move? Buddy, pal, friend? How are you? Wow. Deserved. So what I actually have to do on them is I need to delay their them having the can act tag until they're ready. Because they're spawning in, and by the time they spawn in, it might take a moment for them all to spawn in, which can cause some issues. Let's do a quick test with the bitey thing. A little enemy there. Enemies. Sometimes you just have to redo your whole combat system, don't question it. So let's do a gameplay tag. Let's remove can act, and then on completion or uninterrupted, because it does one of these, which I think causes a bit of a problem. Get gameplay tags. Add tag. Can act. It's possible I want them to have a begin play montage on all of them, in which case I could just have them play the montage first and then do it. Let's do that. Can I explain in a few words how to make a currency system approximately like in Heroes of Might and Magic? No, because I don't know what the currency system is, and I'm assuming that's Heroes of Might and Magic, right? I still haven't heard on before, but it was so many years ago I looked at it, I can't even tell you what the currency system was. I mean, in the simplest terms, you simply have a gold variable, and whenever you interact with something, you just subtract from that gold variable, right? You can often just interface it to the player character Like, okay, player character. Interface, adjust your gold on touching something or clicking buy or something, but I can't really tell you without actually knowing the system offhand, and I don't really know it offhand. Do the move. Why not so much? Yeah, change up the NPCs here. There's probably like, you know, sort of tutorials on how to do a currency system if you're looking for something that's more menu based as far as how to set up menus and things. I guess you might want to do it on the game instance if you did that. And I do everything on the player and then I just save that to the game save whenever I save. I'm weird. And that's not always the best choice for a lot of different types of games. EBP NPC. All right, so let's go to my event begin player. We'll go to the gameplay tags in general. And we'll remove can act from them. And then resave every single enemy in the game. That one moved then stopped. Little biteys work now. Two of them work. All three of them work. But they broke. They all broke eventually. Is it because you did an attack or something? Is that why you broke? Yeah. Cannons seem to keep working forever though. Good job, cannons. There's a little sun going on there, just good timing. I might drag him with me one at a time over to my favorite battleground here. It's actually just one of the few rooms with nothing in it to fight yet. I was making a bathroom. Steampunk bathroom. Does the nav mesh make it over here? Sure does. What's going on, pal? Where are you breaking? It's possible that there's just issues in their own things there. The possessed object parents were too close. Loaded them in. Let's go over here. I didn't quite catch where it broke. So somehow broke it move? Okay. I probably just forgot something. Did I? Did I really? I wonder if on the Puppet Master, if there's a command that's being called that's not real. Well, this doesn't have its command being tagged. I need to actually add that too. Print string for the thing here to see which one's breaking on. So honestly, there's a good chance there's just a space somewhere in something and that's what's breaking it. As you can see, I have more than a few graphs for this. Just a couple. No spaces to worry about. No. No. All right, well, we'll see what it's breaking on. That'll make a huge difference. Bug flying right here. Just right in front of my face. What a jerk. Sorry, he has 30 seconds marked on it. I'm being lazy. All because every other enemy was working except for that boss, and in the effort to fix the boss, I played every other enemy before its launch attack is where it broke. Okay. All right. Follow the launch, sure. Oh, I didn't get rid of you, huh? That's my bad. I missed one. Do not reset can activity. I did go through and try to adjust all of them really fast, so. What's up, buddy? You work fine. All right. One down. It's the problem with the system. If they break into a single area, then they just break everywhere because they never reset their actions. It's kind of like a giant do once without the do once part of it. It's a do once between two different thingies. Yes. I don't care about that. I care about this. The best part about this new system is it's really easy to tell where it's breaking at because you can just drop the print string right there and it's golden. You don't got to do anything special. So nice. I don't need you anymore. I need you. You broke on move right? Okay, well that's weird. How did you break on move right? Oh, because I'm dumb, that's why. Well, that makes my job easy. He would have broken on everything. Forgot to reset his actions. I might start making the AIs more complicated too now that I can have multiple abilities in there before it, has problems as soon as I remember to put the reset action on everything. Maybe I'll do a giant brawl for funsies at some point here. No real point when I want to see just one so I can see where it's breaking. I have lots of them, I just can't tell which one's which. You still broke on move right. Oh, because I literally just forgot one at the bottom, that's all. It openly mocked me by doing it first. Be like, yep, ha 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 ha. Never mind. Deserved. Stab me. Stab me? Stab me? What you doing, buddy? Broke on attack. I figured I was going to forget a bunch of these somewhere. Oh, it'll be worth it when the boss finally works. Stab me in the face? Are we buddies? You just don't want to stab me in the face? Well, you tried, but your AI is really dumb. Stab me in the face? Okay, well, now you're just being incompetent. I'm like literally moving to get hit. By the time it did it. It's supposed to be the first time in the game, so they're really incompetent. That's the whole point. Man, they played bad. Why don't you attack at like 200 or something? Seems like you're unable to get close enough otherwise. They used to have a leap attack, but I decided to reserve that for a different one. Why do you move away? Wait. Only has one anyway. Have it move a little bit extra towards the player. That's meaning they'll actually be facing the player. Much better. I mean, he's a little slow and janky, but I'm okay with that. Way better. What a champion. Have a bubble. Aha, aha. There's not even a light down here. I should put a light down here if I'm going to test down here. I guess technically there was a light over here, but I wanted to be far away from the possessed objects that I need to add to the spawners so they don't always spawn in. So this can live over here. I got where the room located and thing, but I'm at this over here for the washroom. Nice. I gotta refix the light system too. In fact, I should make note of that. Finish setting the room restrictions, the lights. Okay, well, this enemy is gold. On to the next one. They'll all work eventually. Pipe cleaner? Work, little pipe cleaner. Kind of like a Roomba. Not really. It's kind of acts like a Roomba, sort of. Still invincible. Can't be hit while invincible. Doesn't seem to break. Yeah, it's party. Oh, we're away from the light. Yep, dance party. At least that one works. Contraption? I think the contraption works. That was the one that was just shooting me in the face. It had no qualms about what it does in life. Just a cannon. Seems like it's good. That one works. Well, void contraption. I wonder if that thing works. Find out. I'm pretty certain I just missed things, and the current system actually works very well, and I can work on Boo herself again. I'll probably fix Patrick as well. None of these are particularly that interesting. I guess I can Empress it. Glowy. Nice, it works too, so that's another one. Another one. I bet you the Annies work just fine too. I'm gonna put a couple of them out so we can blow everyone to bits. They only have two things. They move and they blow themselves to bits. Looks good to me. The many bugaboos, I guess. They're more menacing if they're crawling through a pipe at you, but sure. Haven't really given any attacks yet, but I can still shoot it in the face. You die? No? What's up, buddy? That was weird, but sure. Not broken, it just has a 4 death animation. I don't care, I'm still working on that one anyway, so. Ain't nothing surprising about that one. Break everything. I'll thank whoever for the follow in a second. Really, you're gonna be like that, buddy? Use your close range at me. I want you to hit me intentionally with the close range, just to see if you break. Oh no, it seems like it's working pretty well. They're obnoxious. Nice. I think it's still a worst case Sanrio. I was gonna say scenario, but technically. I think I've got most of the enemies working here. It comes down to like the bosses. Yeah, how's it going? Are you UE dev? Or just a game dev? We love game devs. You know, one of us. One of us. One of us. Unlike this one here, who's not one of us. What are you doing? We having a secret meeting over here? What you doing? You don't like the wall? I don't like the wall either. Take that wall. Yeah, you suck, wall. Why are we attacking the wall? Oh no, she's doing it, so I'm doing it. Alright, cool. Huh. Well, that's not intended. Just having a little meeting with my buddy over there. He's a little special. Kinda. Sword. Yeah. That's okay though. For some reason you can't get him to face the enemy. All you have to do is run the move direction thingy right beforehand, telling him to do exactly that. In fact, I might just cram this right into this jump attack thingy. The face the target does not appear to work the way I want it to. But what does work is just moving at them a little bit and then leaping. Do this, put this here, like a soul. How you doing? You just sad now? You're like, I broke. Fair. Fair. We all have our moments. Oh, I need to add in the little check thingy for him. Yeah. I should probably remove this from this one too. Which engine do you use? And what you making? Honestly, what you're making is probably more important than which engine you're using. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She's a brawler now. Oh god, she's way brawling. The hearts are because she's actually supposed to be powering an ability in the boss, and they're only summoned when that is. So you normally I would summon her with the boss, but they're very spastic. They're also supposed to be annoying to catch too, so. Imagine if those hearts were attacks. God, it'd be terrifying. But they also don't launch at me normally. I'm just the only target I have. Oh, there's no spawning actor. That's probably what her problem was. She didn't have a spawning actor. Is she supposed to be spawned in? Yes. Oh, she still is fine. I think she gets confused when she doesn't have a spawning actor somewhere along the lines here. Because it would actually be at this here. Oh. Now I'm a goofball. Wait, what? Oh, this only has a target there. I'll have to rework the fire projectile. Do what? I'm gonna have to tweak their thing. They have a special ability that's different than everything else, so. Whoa, air combo. What's going on, buddy? You got air combos? I have invincibility frames, so. Wait, why am I getting pushed? Well, the hearts only work when I tested Voodoo anyway, so it looks like she works about what I would expect. But she's supposed to run around and be dumb and just, you know, be all over the place, because there's lots of them that summon, so all part of one of the boss's abilities, so. There's like up to 10 enemies on that screen when that thing comes about there, so I'm gonna make a note for this. Fix the Voodoo cultist. Art ability. Can't test that until the boss is out. Not put the boss out right now because I have a lot more to fix before we get to that. Well, actually, I really don't have a lot more to fix. The remaining things to fix are one of the other bosses, the boss I was currently working on, and actually there's like a little crappy boss too that needs to be fixed as well. That's kind of it. And that means I have to change up him to. Get rid of this. Get rid of reset connect. By get rid of it, I mean toss it on here and make dreams come true. Question mark. Well, that's the same ability, just with a different number on it. This character is a battle graph, which I kind of want to get rid of, the whole 9 million battle graphs thing, and just give him special abilities that are only active in later battle phases, and then just make one really obnoxious setup. But all of his things are very different, so I'd have to change it. Although I think it'd probably be a better boss if I did that and just gave him new abilities that also happen to happen. Basic attack macro, get rid of this crap. Reset can't act. It's great. My blink attack macro. On the plus side, I don't have to have the can act branch everywhere anymore. That's nice. I might go over to the test map for this, because the test map is probably better for doing this than what I'm currently doing? Question mark? Maybe do this, do that. Fix this garbage. Oh, the train's going by. Time of night again, 4:20 actually. 4:20 train. Yeah, I didn't realize it came by 4:20. That's very fitting because I live in a party city. There might be some sort of city ordinance that only lets them go by at 4:20. Based. Very based. Doesn't have. We got rid of that. Fair enough. Yeah, this character might get a bit of a rework in a moment. But maybe not. Job 1 is get them all working. Job 2, I can make them better if I really care. I should have put all these in one attack, make my life easier. And just split it based upon the name. But I did this guy very early, really? Like, you gonna be like that? I did this one very early on, so, you know. Represents not the best practices I've ever used. Like, they're fine, but not great. I'm just going to put the music back on for this. It's going to take a moment. Then I'll take this these graphs here and I'll just use them to fix Patricia as well. It's just basically 2/3 of this character anyway. Basically a non-boss version of these where I only include the first 2 phases and give them way less health. Dress them funny and just toss them in as a regular little dork for fun. I wish there was a better method for this last part here. I really can't think of a better one currently offhand, because if I put this anywhere else, like on a sequence, then it just will fire the sequence as soon as it hits a delay, and thus reset the command and not let them finish their attack, so kind of has to end cap whatever it's doing. Or it won't work right. And he has extra attacks too. I think I actually did them all. We can find out. This character can be spawned here and doesn't make a difference. Alright, buddy. Let's do this. Got it. Pause that music, didn't I? Thought I did. Ow. He's hit me in the back. What a jerk. I will hit you with this hammer until you die. Ow. Well, that hurts. These are not very big range. Ow, that hurt. You go. He's obviously jumping too high. I think he broke. Pretty certain he did. He made it up there. Oh, he's so cute up there. It's not where you usually fight him, so, you know. Okay, well, I'll get up there. The jerk. shoot you with a cannon. Thing is so not designed to finish her. I was hoping I could make him active again. Shove? Oh, I can't shove him. It's fair. Okay, well, he breaks in the second phase, or the third phase. So now we know. YouTube's popping off, jeez. Guess I have to start struggling to get some subs on it so I get monetized one day. One day. Anyone wants to help me on that journey? Be much appreciated. Like what, 335? I need 1,000. It's gonna be a minute. At least people are watching, that's cool. Any money I get helps make the game even better. Yes. I wish I'd been paying attention to when he did that, but he spawns helpers, and the helpers are an issue. I don't think the anything is a problem because he was doing it in the second phase and he didn't break. Broke in the third phase. Which means I wonder if one of these names is wrong. Just like in the other one, there was a space problem where like they just read like extra spaces on them in the Puppet Master, and that was causing problems. Oh, post that there. Yeah. That message instead. Okay. Where you at, Patrick? Looking for errant spaces afterwards. Or where I just added a space that shouldn't be there. And with that, there's no space at the end of these. Mostly it's at the end I will have a space for some reason. Doesn't look like there's any spaces though, unless there's a close range maybe. No, I'm not seeing any. Alright, well. Time to give Patrick a print string here. Oh yeah, with him I actually just set it as a thing. Oh, well, if I do that I can just put it right there at the front. I don't need to put it there. Might as well see no matter where it is, right? You see somehow broke in the second phase, but I don't think he did because he was summoning the 5 Annies. When you summon 5 Annies, that can't be the case. I thought I removed you. Do 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 do. I just wanted to default to 30 seconds. Let's just be real here. I'm not going to see it every 2 seconds unless it just spams it, but then I won't have a good idea of a bunch of them. Oh. Since we're pretty certain he breaks on the third phase, and by we I mean me. Let me adjust him so he only does his third phase. You can't bubble a boss, so. After the Annies, he didn't keep going. I didn't see what he did though. As the Annies kept doing too. I can get rid of the move thingy, like that's highly unnecessary. At this point, I've established that they move successfully. Thus do not need any more verification on that they can successfully move. We have in fact established they have no problem. Boy, what am I doing? Don't go to that. Not that the face the target works very well for whatever reason. It's probably because I'm initiating commands that turn him in other directions first, instead of letting it, you know, have enough time to initiate the next command. But this new system should be better about it. Hopefully. Hard to be worse than the other one. Oh, well, I guess to be fair, the other one was actually working surprisingly well, except for that it was incredibly heavy, and this new one can run like 40 enemies for the same price the other one could run 12, you know? Kind of an improvement. I also don't think I need all the crap on here. I mostly just need to know what Patrick's doing. We pretty much established the reset action thingy is working just fine. In fact, it's working great. And this do once appears to be highly unnecessary. Since it wasn't hooked up, that's perfectly fine. I believe that's every move thingy on here. Yep. And now it should only report Patrick's stuff unless the Annies have something. I didn't see anything specific on the Annies, so here's to hoping. A reset can act on there, but hopefully it won't, like, you know, get too far away. The area you fight him in is a lot smaller than this, so. M5. What, oh what is M5? I'm gonna break it intentionally, figure out which one's M5. Where was it going? Well, not, oh, it's right here. How did you break? I think that it's not that that's the problem. I think it's that it broke because of anything. It kept going and going. Actually, you can have two outputs, right? Can you? Maybe not. Potentially that could be the problem right there. I think it's breaking in here though. Almost certainly. Apparently on the trues. We'll see which one it reaches and see where it's going from there. Or just love fixing AI bugs. I mean, seriously. This was my favorite weapon for a while. Oh wait. He's still jumping around. He isn't broke yet. For some reason the LR2 gets spammed like crazy. He gets too far away or something and that just becomes his go-to attack and he can just keep doing it before he even lands. I gotta break this chain jump crap. Because I don't really want him to chain jump. Necessarily. I think on the NPC I've already set up a thing to check if they have jumped or not. Yeah, so I can check for the actor tag for falling here. Gameplay tags. As tag. Falling. Not the mover one, because not everyone uses a mover. Branch. Also, I guess I can have a check for falling in case I want to spam these. Falling check. I don't know if I want to spam jump, but just in case in the future, I might. Let's make this easier on myself. Ignore falling. This way, I have to actually mark it as true, otherwise it'll just default to this, and then I won't care. If they have this then false, then they can do this. And what this will do is it'll make it so that I don't have to go through every single one of these and go, oh, let me just go ahead and check yes on this for every single jump. No, I don't want to do that. No. So bananas falling, don't do it. Gameplay tags are wonderful, and so I'm just getting all the gameplay tags. I might as well save time. I mean, I don't really care which one I use, honestly. Guess those stands here. Not all of them are weapons at this point, anyway. I miscoded. That shouldn't default to true. Somewhere I messed it up, so. Clearly that is not adding the falling thing here. Can't this add a tag? I mean, children inherit gameplay tags. They're supposed to. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul is put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. Like, she woke up in the middle of the night, and this curse brings all the toys to life. And the curse drives them insane, and it's what powers you, but it's also slowly driving you insane. I'm trying to make this boss work at the moment, but I guess I could do a quick run of stuff because, I mean, he's the only one who's, actually, let me, well, let's deal with it. I'll just show you things. Guess I haven't done a show thing for a bit. There'll probably be a bunch of print strings. Yeah, I will give you a tour of sorts here. I'll just delete Patrick here. Most of the bosses, well, they kind of work now. I gotta fix them a bit so that they work better. Did I fix her? Wait a second, there's one character I need to fix real fast. I can show her off too. Won't take long, she doesn't have hardly any attacks, so. She doesn't need a lot of attacks. All she really needs is a couple. Okay, they speak good. Alright. I will show off stuff for a bit. People watching me fix so much crap. Yeah, get the other music. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna remove the reset connect because it's gonna spam that 4,000 times, and I don't want to see it over and over. It's only one thing that needs to be removed here. Nobody wants to see that every time an enemy would take an action. That's a lot. A lot indeed. Alright. This is Poppet. Main character. And the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which powers all the else. Treat it like a mana for all intents and purposes. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die though. The curse takes you over, so you lose. I'm standing in the darkness for longer than intentional just so you can see the insanity effect. Starts around 60%. You start to know you're going crazy. Apparently just has lots of meme messages for fun. You go back to the light, you gain sanity, but you don't gain any curse powers. Chooses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Very exciting. Hit things in the head. The Empress plays out like Bomberman. The blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby once they count to 10. Oh, you have to trigger them. They're basically like bombs that you have to trigger. They heal the enemies too, so, you know. Then it has the reverse, explosive ones. Round and around we go, buddy. Oh. Oh. Kind of fun to position them around that. The Magician picks up small objects and lets you throw them as well. You can also manipulate things in the environment too, which we'll get to in a second. I'm a solo dev. You can actually, oh, thanks. Yeah, you can actually see a big, huge... I have, playlist of me making it. It's like over 150 videos long at this point. Well, I have to add a bunch to it. There's like 145 currently in it. But just in case anyone wants to watch any of that, allow me to share. Yes. From my humble beginnings. Alright. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you can also manipulate things in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, light switches, windows, door handles, you know, smaller things for the most part. Yeah, because I already have all the items collected, so these goodie boxes usually have some sort of a clue for where the things are. And they usually have a permanent upgrade in them, but since I have everything unlocked at the moment, because of dev testing, yeah, you know. Run around pipes and things. Woohoo, pipes. Whee. I'll bonk it just because. Yee. I was gonna go somewhere else anyway, I just want to bonk that. I have double jump enabled, which is actually the strength arrow currently. Unfortunately, the mechanic in here is bugged at the moment, and it's on my list of fixes, but I can tell you what it does anyway. Also, I hid the chat for some reason. I'm a horrible person. But that's okay. I mean, I got villain in my name, so I can't be the best person ever. It's something's jumping in here. Fair enough. Oh, I clicked off the thing. This is the moon. It makes clones of you that you can blow up to deal damage to things. The enemies will attack them too. I made a whole faction system just so they would attack them. Very exciting. The star trades sanity for health and health for sanity, and that's its various options, depending upon which way you want to spin it. You can spin it the other way and trade the other. I'm just protected enough that it can't get me. Get bubbled. I gotta fix the bubble on that guy. Currently, Justice is just a little pop gun. I haven't actually added abilities for it other than they can just shoot. Apparently, now that it's flying, it's very hard to hit. That's interesting. There's a bug with this one. I should not have had it fly like that. Interesting. Are you now unhittable? Are you the chosen one? I can bonk you. Okay, well. Anyway. That one's all bugged for the moment. It can be killed, but it often keeps swinging at it. And I have to remember to fix the flying bug. Wheel of Fortune rolls dice. The white dice heal you. And the black dice deal damage to anyone nearby based on whatever they roll.
3, 6,
But hitting things with it can be a real challenge.
6,
It is kind of a fun weapon.
4, 6, 3.
He died. Anyway. So the mechanic of this room is that there's these possessed objects floating around, and the Hierophant makes them behave. and they'll let you use them as platforms. Well, they're supposed to anyway, but lately, when you jump off them, they jump in a weird direction, and I don't quite know why. Nothing in Collision that should make it do that. Here we are. You getting shot in the head a bunch of times. That time it worked. That time it threw me in a weird direction. You know what it is? I just hold, you know, up and just randomly sends in a direction that's not necessarily forward. Well, problematic. So I need to figure that one out. So this is a ghost girl running around, and she wants, I mean, she treats you like a toy. You're a toy for her, so she plays with you. For good or ill. Usually ill for you. If she catches you, it's just an instant kill, so don't get caught. You'll respawn, so it's not like, you know, it's the end of the world.
5, 1.
She's always in the smoke, though, so watch wherever there's smoke, because she will chase you. I probably won't have this equipped. Where are you at? You might be broken, too. Or that didn't put the other other. Well, she'll also try to grab you out of the smoke, too. He does a weird spin for some bizarre reason at the moment. Oops. Time to use the Sun Tarot. Currently the Sun Tarot just summons a light. What it does, just summons a light. It's not very refined, but a lot of the abilities aren't that refined. There's supposed to be 66 abilities by the end, and, well, as you might imagine, I haven't quite got there yet. I have, I think, like 25 of them so far. If it has like a purple dot under it, those are the number of abilities. And you find different tarot cards out there to add to them. I think I can get over here. There's a double jump. I forgot I made changes to her so she would not work in that room until I mixed those changes to that room too. But she's wandering this room too. Apparently there's lots of them. Oh no, I'm terrified now. Okay, well there should only be one, but today there's two. Currently it's caught on the enemies, which it kind of helps give you a chance, honestly. Get bubbled. It's a working piano. Very exciting. This is Temperance. It's a bubble one. It also has the best hat. It's the happy hat. It bubbles non-bosses, basically. It does damage to everything, but basically just imprisons everything. It has a 100% chance to imprison. It's not like it's a random chance. It will lock them in a bubble. I don't know why there's two of her, but I'm terrified. I'm probably going to tone down the number of enemies in this room since I added Charlotte to the room, the ghost girl. Now that she's around, it's a very different feel to the room. The Empress has another ability where it can grow and shrink plants. This is its traversal ability. I'm kind of standing inside it, so I can't really see what I'm doing. There we go. This particular type of flower is kind of crap, because it's really hard to successfully jump on it in a way that you can raise up with it. I was just making these recently. These little things are, they They crawl after you through the pipes. They're like the newest enemies, so they are most certainly not even remotely ready for production. I've changed all the pipes and don't even know what the right way is anymore. Over here I can go, sure. See if I can use the Hierophant to get over there. The books keep throwing me a random way, so I probably won't be able to make this jump successful, but I can try. Yeah, it keeps throwing me in random directions. She's down there. I'm just getting my sanity back. Well, this area is way more scary. I haven't bothered to make these jumps a thing until recently. Also, the Hierophant did not shut off. That's interesting. Should have. Yeah, see, and I get thrown in weird directions there, so I don't think I can do that one. That's okay, though. I'll show off other rooms. I'll solve the Hierophant problem either tonight or tomorrow. A much earlier room that's a lot less stressful. Probably one of the least stressful rooms, honestly, because it's just got that nice feel to it. Boing, boing, pew. So, though I haven't made a hat or weapon for it yet. Oh. Oh, look, it crashed. Apparently that weapon was too epic for everyone. Sorry, you can't look at it. I'm sorry. I'll have to wait. I added a bunch of things to the map, and I don't necessarily I haven't added them to the H load yet, or to my room spawning system, depending on which thing we're talking about. So there's a few extra resources on the map that probably don't need to be. I think while it's loading the other map, actually, let's load the other map. We'll take a bio break. Let's sit up for a minute, maybe 12 or hours. A couple hours, I think, since the last time I even stood up. Yep, I'll be right back. Let's continue. Missing messages. No, and oh, all right. So continuing on. Just gonna show off this room real quick, and then yeah, we're kind of an idea of the game anyway. I still have to make a bunch more hats and weapons for things. But I don't need them for the demo, so... Ooh. What is wrong with you, little buddy? Huh. Well, that's interesting. Well, maybe I'm not showing out that room. That's weird, because that room's worked perfectly until now. Well. We'll be skipping that room for the moment. Just to avoid relaunching the engine over and over. I just need to get a bunch of crap off the map because it's not in the loading system with HLOAD, and that's probably part of the problem. It's funny, I'm supposed to be polishing things, but a lot of things just don't straight up don't work now because of my polish. Mostly it's just I need to rework some systems. Some stuff got added. I mean, it is what it is. Some things just get added. Yeah, these smoke things aren't currently in there, and there are a lot of resources too. The game plays with fire all the time. I probably need to have smoke that she teleports to. Or I think when she tries to grab you out of the smoke. Grabs aren't as interesting though. She does spawn in here. Alright, so... I guess to be fair, she doesn't even need to do the grab thingy necessarily. If she's just chasing after you in the smoke. Because I think she actually found the smoke in these other rooms and she went to that, and that's what happened, you know. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take all these smoke thingies and I'm going to put them in the thing. So, mouse to asset, we'll put this music on because it'll take me a second. Dock and layout because I hate the little drawer. The drawer and I are not friends. Don't like it at all. This is not what I was aiming for, but thank you for trying. This is the big room info. Good, good. They can just remove those because I'm not. I got rid of the. There used to be a mechanic where you'd save toys by taking them to this painting world, but I was probably taking it out. It's so half baked. There's 4, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sure. Unless I get like a huge grant, then maybe I'll put it back in, but you know. In the interest of this game getting finished sometime in the next year and a half or so, that mechanic was going to take a lot of time and it wasn't very good. It was basically the proverbial cats in the Assassin's Creed Shadows game. Who cares? Why is it in there? Only it was much cooler than the cat thing. That was obviously stupid, but...
This was okay. It just wasn't great. Oops. Not the one I was looking to copy, but it'll do. I forgot it tends to grab the last one in the array. This over here in order to increase the performance. Once I put these in the right position, then I'll delete out the other ones, and then these will just spawn them in from this point on, so I don't have to worry about it. It's weird that this room is the one that's got, not the one with problems, it's the other one with problems. Like this one seems like the first room that should have problems because it's so ridiculous. And yet, it's not. It's not at all. I was gonna say, please don't crash after moves. I didn't say. I also need to take the light cubes and put them in too for the full room as well.
I might leave those for the moment. I'm gonna have to make a specialized one for those. Which I guess I could just do. There's really nothing stopping me from doing it. It's actually really fast. That. Pop that there. Oh wait. I had a new match thing so you could actually do it like yourself anytime you want it, but the problem is that it just leads to difficulty when spawning them. Did I call it Light Stops the Curses? Is that really what I named it a million years ago when I made this thing? Oh my god, it's an abomination. Actually, I think it did a lot of things, so. Even has buoyancy is a thing. Yep, that's what I named it. Okay.
armed with this. Go back up to this thing here. We're just going to add them all to the collection here. Pretty sure there's only 3. I have to actually remove a bunch of enemies from here because there's too many and I have it set for they keep spawning every time you go back and forth around the room, so it's kind of obnoxious, really. Might cut it down quite a bit because with Charlotte around it really changes the game. This is my concession to the H-load system being not very good for blueprints. I think there's only 2. True. Like, it's fine for static meshes, but the second you start involving blueprints, it has problems. So I just kind of advise against that. I guess there's only 2. Fair enough. Alright, well, I'll remove 6 and I'll remove one of these elements here. That was 5. My bad. Just spawn one less of these. Pitch these. You can pick those lights up and move them around. They do shrink over time, but it lets you light up places you normally couldn't. That's kind of cool. Purple in here. Another one over here, I guess. Smoke can make it really hard to click. What do I do? I don't care about those. Let's do this. Drastically improve things. Question is, what's wrong with this room? House over. Getting feisty. Just in case this is somehow foobarring things. Might be. I don't think it is. I'll just call him Jeff because, you know, he's a shark. Oops. Weird. Anyway. I hate when it says then there when, you know, it doesn't have to, but it does the same thing. It's just a weird annoyance I have. Twitch doing terrible tonight, but YouTube's got all the people. Damn. Nice. I'm gonna keep the same terminology across the board. What's wrong with this room? There shouldn't be anything wrong with it so far. I mean, it's just not much has changed. Perhaps it's the ability of that that's messed up. I'm rather not using that ability first and see what happens. Music's only one music at a time. Where you normally get temperance. It's kind of a fun room. On top of a mushroom. Water is lethal to Poppet though. Maybe work it where you step in it and it goes off, because now it's stuck on me, which is weird. So I'll just jump in the pool. I haven't done any underwater physics or anything yet, so not even supposed to be in the demo, so I don't care that much. Shark didn't spawn though. Or if he did, I don't know where he is. Interesting. Finally broke.
What? Hmm. That's my computer just turned into a potato. I guess maybe a basket of French fries, part of the fry by this point. Yeah, whatever works for it. I'll get the best of that room probably when it's not on stream, so we don't have to watch it crash over and over. Yeah. These people got to see the room some. What's wrong with it? It's the painting world that connects all the areas in the game, and you can travel through paintings to get to it. There's going to be every single painting in the game will connect to this room. Long music for it. Oh, sure, whatever. Does Tinka the ghost in the painting? Yeah, if you unlock paintings, you can travel through them. And I got kicked back out. I know why that's because I don't have a starting point yet, so does that because it sets it too quickly. I can see if the stuff spawns in the right locations. Oh wait, I have to go out of the room and then go back in because that one won't spawn. Let's just see if some spawns in the right location. Beyond that, I don't care. I don't test the room enough. I might want to remove a bunch of the things, but oh, she spawned that one. She looks crazy with those lights in her eyes. That's back. That one spawned in the right location.
1, 3. 3. 4. 3.
Good. Does not look good. Looks good. Works for me. That's the problem. Did it get? If valid, set transform. If not valid, just reset, can't act. Which is actually the same thing I have to do on the other one anyway. I can't validate to get that. It's valid. I like the one with the little thingies built into it, so I don't have to go to the trouble to make a branch for it. Laziness is strong. Honestly, I just think it's more efficient. Why do you need an extra node, you know? Fix that problem. Also want to fix the temperance problem. The way she's holding it's weird. Music. Okay, well, let's just stay away from whatever's going on in this room at the moment. Not this room, the other room over there. 'Cause it ain't good. Whatever it is, it ain't good. Load everything. Just slowly loading everything into the spawning system because of how heavy blueprints are, making everything interactable. Like I said, the H load, it doesn't like that very much. No, not really. I have a list of things I need to finish too. I just slowly delete things from the list, though it looks like I haven't deleted many. I'm gonna keep adding stuff onto it. I don't know if I even want to put a music puzzle in the library because there's so much stuff already happening there with Charlotte that it seems almost kind of ridiculous. But maybe I'll put one. Okay. What I was doing for went on an AI tangent. I need to set this up so this way I can make it that the lights don't go outside of the room. They just are treated as like, you know, only working for within the borders of the room. So the walls actually matter. Because right now the walls don't really matter and you can be, you know, receive light from the wrong side of the wall and it's just weird. So this should alleviate that. Also allow me to place lights closer to walls, which I've been unable to really do out of fear of that. It's been a real problem. So. Yeah. Just need to test it. Now, first off, let's see if it works in this room. If this just being near the light works. And then I'll test one on the other side of the wall. Yeah, it works over there, and then if I get away from it, it's fine. Actually, I could just put it near a wall. I put one right here on the ground. Then I go and flip it as on. So in theory, it used to work on the other side of the door here. So he's still in darkness. Somehow I got counted as being in the control room. That's interesting. I guess I forgot to mark it as the storage room. Nice. Darkness. I think I'm counting myself as in the control room. It won't work with the door open. You'll have to actually run into the room for the lights to work, but I'm also not going to put a light literally at the door either. There's that. This also tells the map where you are too. Ugh, I gotta grab the key again. Whatever. I gotta fix her hair going into her back like that. Darkness. Guess takes a moment to register. Okay.
guess the storage room trigger is way over here or something. It's weird. Like there, it jumps funny. It's so weird. You just jump off them and it's bizarre. Hmm. Hmm. I think we could cause that. It's like it's adding the momentum, but the thing is it's supposed to have stopped and not been able to do this. Oh, it's still being commanded. I think. Well, it's moving can't act, and it's not moving anymore, supposedly. But I'm assuming that's what's happening, is it's somehow throwing me because of that. Doesn't have a reset connect, but all it really needs is this anyway. It's currently the only non character that's in the thing, so I could just spawn them in because they're really heavy. And having it not have a directly hard reference to them, so they don't have to be loaded unless you go into a room, is pretty helpful. But if I take this off, say I just go to the end of, actually I don't even know, it's supposed to say I break it intentionally. I'm pretty certain it doesn't cause it. They won't move anymore, but their physics will be terrible if you're not, if you don't use this, because they'll just throw you, but yeah, it's that. It's something with that is causing it to have problems. Once again, threw me a weird direction. Yep. Yep. How is it doing that? Oh, I was stupid. I hit the wrong thing. Hit the stupid organize and not this thing here. The worst. I hate that key. It's so bad. It's just nothing useful. You can hit Q to make them line themselves up, but it doesn't really line itself up very well. No velocity. I'm assuming that even though it has no physics, and it cannot move or anything like that, it somehow has maintained a velocity and can add that to the player. A lot like platforms can. There's actually an option to uncheck for platforms to turn up doing that as well. I forgot what it was, because I only did it once ever and didn't have to do it ever again. I fixed it. Facing the wrong way. I fixed it. Nice. I didn't even include that on the list of things, or maybe it's under bugs. Those aren't even bugs, these things are supposed to do. That's a bug. You may have been killing the clones plenty of times. I guess it doesn't gain the rotation? Makes a little sense. Why would it not gain rotation?
Oh, I actually had... Oh, I made a mistake on that one, I think. No, actually, I just rotated the whole room. I actually fixed the mistake that was made by accident. In reality, I needed this thing to be rotated. This should actually just be 135. Perfect. Didn't spawn our items in though. Turn those off because I can't hear music over it. I could give it the silly music. A little weird though. Could just go back to the reborn one for this room anyway. It's probably fine. I don't have a good music for it yet. I'll figure something out. Just not the other one where Charlotte will have her own music, so if Charlotte's around, I wanted to play specific music, and after that, I don't care. Maybe the little town thingy, though. I might make it something more funny or amusing. I also kind of want to improve this room so it's like cooler looking, with a lot of stuff in front of it. And then all the boxes behind it, like she's just selling everything. But I don't want to put there yet. Something. More steampunky things, because whenever I need to fill up empty space, I put steampunk things in. So it can be a steampunky world. Even though it could function as not a steampunky world, but... I don't know, I'm just running circles for no reason, I can. I'm happy I fixed those. I actually thought it would take far longer to fix them. Being honest. Mostly because I had no idea what was causing it, but it makes sense now that how it maintains its velocity somehow. Even if it's frozen in place, well, it doesn't really make sense whatsoever, but the fact that it can then apply that velocity to anyone jumping from it is even more bizarre. Like, if it was moving actively and it did that, I would understand, but it's that where it can't even simulate physics. That's weird. Guess I can work back on Patrick again. Get kind of sidetracked here. Sidetracked into fixing a bunch of things. I don't know if that's really being sidetracked per se. All the work's got to get done eventually. I did put her up here, but I don't know what I'm doing with her yet. I just kind of put her as a reminder, but not free to leave her out. There was a time when I used to try to put the enemies on the map where I physically wanted them. Yeah, about that. I'm removing as many interactables as I can. Gotta go through and adjust all the lights too, so they say the thing, so that's true. None of the lights will work until I do that. Rim info here is in the worst location. Then you gotta finish the rest of the lights. That's very important. This room still sucks. I don't like it all that much. Like, it's half good. Half hot garbage. I haven't done the vacuum tubes yet. Well, job 1 is do all the lamps. Job 2 is everything else. Very few lamps in this room. Need some work too. I don't know if I like the glass or not. Mostly just to make the room more interesting than it is, but really not that interesting. This looks weird. So that'll definitely be a come back and make it better room as I come up with some idea for it. Wow, it's just capitalized, huh? Huh. This room has not been worked on whatsoever. Got that one right? Nope. There are no regular lights in here, right? It's all just these things? Sure. I almost need to look into an actor component I can add to everything that just has the in-light thingy on it. I don't keep changing it, but that might also be a lot of extra work that might not need to happen. But to be fair though, there's a lot of lights and I keep adding more unique stuff, so I try to put a lot of them being the same light thing, but they're not all the same light. Are those done? And pretty certain I got everything. That's one of those. Oh, never mind, there's these little guys. It actually just has that option on there, right? So does it matter? Oh, you can do room located in here? Yeah, okay.
unfortunately, I'm gonna have to open them all when they're stuck inside one of those things. So I've done this one here. Let's go around the room. Oh, right there, just the name on top. That's very handy. Alright, I might have screwed that up, did I? Okay. I was technically going to put them all in there, but I don't think I want to do that. Hey boy, tell me, how's it going? Arms cracking from or we're popping from just sitting there too long. Getting all stiff. Probably should move around a bit or something. So much sitting. Oh, sounds good. Hopefully I have a goody two-shoes clone of there, because clearly I'm the evil clone. Dibs on that. Wouldn't want to be confused between the good clone. Ugh. Vomit. Gross. Ain't nobody want to be that. Mm-hmm. Literally nobody. Ryan Quinn from Practical Jokers. I mean, I guess. It's mostly got the same, like, facial hair, I think I do. Well, kind of. He games through there and I don't. Plus he's better like there, whereas I kind of have like big old gaps inside. I don't know, he's got kind of a very round face, and I have like a much more regular face. Plus he's also fat. I am not fat. Yep. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Maybe. I've heard that I look like a bunch of random people. I'm not sure as much on that one, but sure. There are worse things. No, I'm not. I have in fact never even heard of it. That doesn't mean much though. I barely catch any TV. Any TV shows? I remember once when I had this thing called free time. It's before I became a game dev. Then at some point I decided I hated free time. And I became a game dev. Oh wait. Is that good? I guess so. Here I am. Fine, at some point. Watch them all the time. You Poppet Quest. You said we tell the fourth guy do stupid stuff. No, it's bad. Isn't that like the whole prank section of YouTube at this point? Am I wrong in this? Isn't that a thing? That's fair. There's actually a pretty good joke group on YouTube called Just for Laughs, Gags. And they have some really funny ones. They're a lot more playful comedians. They're not really mean. As opposed to a lot of the ones. Some of them are just really clever though. Also, they're in Canada, and Canada apparently doesn't have laws against things like impersonating a police officer. Wait, really? Things you learn about Canada. That or they got special permission on a couple of those. I'm like, but no, some of those ones are really hilarious. Oh no, I have to do these for all of them? Ugh. Why? Oh, I'll probably check them out at some point, or at least catch some highlight reels on YouTube or something. I remember once when I had got time to watch shows. It was beautiful. Oh, who am I kidding? Even on my days off, I play with game dev. I just reserve days off for when I have something that I don't know how to do and might need tutorials or something. Or something that I don't do on stream, such as working with Daz, because it just crashes my stream. So I just can't do it while I'm streaming. It's just like, or graphics, right? It's like, why would you do this? Fair, buddy. Fair. But anyway, I'll have to check them out at some point. Apparently, since I look like one of my, I have to know, right? I was hoping for like a straight up clone. Literally the same guy. If I ever found someone who looked exactly like me, I would probably have it like set in my will that, you know, I'd send him all my stuff and be like, it's time for you to carry on. Villain number 1 is gone. Villain number 2 can take over. Nobody will know the difference. The work must continue. Send them the game. They was like, really? What the? And these have vacuum tubes in them. Unfortunately, they're inside of a thing. I don't know if I can do this where I have it set up. But I can also just use the same lights other places and just not do this too. Like I could just use the vacuum tube itself in every location. I
I can also be like, get all children. I have to cast to it though, right? So I need the room located in. I could interface it, I guess. Well, no, because if I did that, well, like the most roundabout way you could do it would be to interface to it with getting its gameplay tags, then see if it has the tag for like the light, or I can get all actors with tag. Well, actors with tag would be wasteful. I can put a tag on the child component, I think. But the problem with that is I still have to interface over to it because it won't have access to the room info. Or I get rid of the lanterns entirely and I could actually replace these things with just more pipes, right? Like I just bend pipes places because everything else is pipes. I don't like how they look though. They have a good little look to them. Get all children. Well, there's a cat. Yeah, connect this up though. Because if I did this, then I can set the room thing here. And I just have to have I do this, I can set this here and complete it, do nothing. Then I promote this to a variable. So there's this method, which would work. And then I can also tag these. I'm just gonna type tags, it's easier for me to find things. The other option is I can be like actor has this tag white inch. Have an interface. I kind of putting them all in the same thing because it's easier, but I could make a VPI lighting. Though eventually it gets annoying if they're on all these different ones. You got to figure out which one's which and add them to everything. And eventually I just kind of added them all to the same thing. Not true, but a lot of them have a very similar thing. I'm kind of cutting out a lot of things like that. Usually VPI interact's the one that kind of goes in between them. Kind of got a lot of abilities now. I can just make a room located in.
Other things might use this too, so it seems reasonable to put it on here. I made it a string, yeah. Sure did. So I do this, and I could be like, I'm located in message. Do this. That. And then. Oh. And then oh, these have to have interact on them. Interface me, baby. Oh. Oh, you can't undo out an interface? Fair enough. Let me rename this. Yeah, room located in. Really, what do they get, right? What about type of interface? Room we're located, I guess. Not ideal, but whatever. Edit. Fingerprint string here, so I know that it worked. Mm-hmm. And then with that, those aren't currently set for that. You're a bad blueprint, huh? Problem, buddy. Just being dumb? Okay. That's fair. I too have my dumb moments. So it's only fair the blueprints have them too. Why? Don't know how, don't care. Actually, I do know exactly why. They changed the name of the interface on there, and it's upset at me. It demands a blood sacrifice or something like that. They're probably not that last part, but close enough.
Gotta change out my earbuds real fast. Saying battery low over and over. I'm connected. There we go. Another 34 minutes or so I'll end up calling it, but and I'll just be back the next day. Not all of them actually said it. I do count as being in the light, and I'm in the darkness. That's a good sign. I guess we fit there in the H load. Oh, I forgot. Well. I forgot there's something wrong with that room tonight. I say tonight because it just seems like there's always something wrong with the room. I'm gonna walk around for a bit while it launches itself. I'll be right back. Alright, it launched on the other screen here, nice. Hmm. Did I install the right one? I think I didn't. I had backup copies in the thing he likes to show a lot of them. I think I launched the wrong one. Sure did. Alright, well, let's launch the right one then. Fun, fun. Ooh. I did a bit of Charlotte's AI improved. I mostly remove things from the list entirely when I'm doing these things, so it looks like I haven't accomplished anything, but in reality I've actually just just get it off this. I used to cross it out, but freaking Google Docs made it harder to cross things out. You have to like go up to like this tool, which no, it's format, text, track through, or hit Alt Shift 5, which is stupid. I'm like, I'll just delete it. I'm staying away from the Safari room now because it's broken somehow. I think most of the lights worked. In all reality, I'm probably gonna go like another 27 minutes at most. Hi, CC. Oh, okay. It's been 8 hours and 33 minutes. One of the rooms keeps breaking. Made a lot of improvements to things. Fixed a bunch of AI things. Just did lots of stuff, honestly. Been a very productive night, but there's still much to go. Like that broken room. Ugh. Setting up a system where the lights know which room they're in, and thus they basically don't count if you're outside of that room, so this way lights don't go through walls anymore. I made a system where now Charlotte finds her way in the smoke. Like she goes to different locations in the smoke. So you're never able to really get too far from her. I'm caught inside of something somehow. Whoa. That happened. Been a pretty quiet night on Twitch, but YouTube's had like a huge amount of people watching. Close to 40 all the time. Yeah, I can't jump into her like that. I should know better.
to try to jump over top of her just for fun. Oh my god, there's two of her. I think it's because I left this one room and like they both can find different smokes. Which is good to know that that's even a thing. But if you get far enough away, she'll start chasing you out of different smoke things. I fixed the problem with the Hierophant stuff too. Yup. She'll find you. Very terrifying looking. Oh god. It's really terrifying looking if you can see like red in her eyes from these maybe red, just light in her eyes. Yeah, she's coming. Oh god. Coming for all of us. You see, there's really no way to escape her now. Makes this room way more exciting. Yeah, I don't care about that error. That error is literally just I have splines and I haven't converted them to static meshes yet because I keep moving them. So there's no reason to convert them, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I changed out this room to do the same thing where it's literally just there's like smoke where she can appear from and she just picks the nearest one, or she can pick random ones if you're considered safe, she'll find different ones. So that she doesn't just camp outside of here the whole time, because that's just uncalled for. Like seriously, that's uncalled for. The fact that she could pick another smoke if it's like in a different room is interesting. I'll need to probably fix that. So let me get rid of that stupid notification on that. It works. I don't care. Yes. Yes, indeed. She's better now. No longer does she wait. He's coming for you. Oh, there's two of them. Likes me. Apparently she just got a weird like grid thing going on. That's creepy. Almost like a jump scare in its own right. What happened was I got there's two of them because of the one from in here spawned. I need to do something about that. I don't think she'll spawn if I start in the room. I think it messes it up. Maybe it doesn't though. Maybe I fixed that. Maybe that's just a library problem. I should immediately show up. Oh, well. Yeah, I need to reorganize this room so she can't just, you know, nug you from the start. Or you just hate yourself. Well, I mean, the room is comprised the level. There's a lot of rooms. There's something like 20 rooms or 21 rooms on this floor. Not all of them are ridiculous like this one here where it's just like full of smoke and everything. As you can, I mean, haven't you seen any of the other stuff before? See, there's rooms here, rooms here. More rooms. Scary rooms. It's actually a giant pentagram that appears in the center of this room, but I have it spawned in because it's so heavy. It would normally already be spawned in because you choose you in the room like that, but I was working on this character. She's got problems still, but that's okay. Like, she just does weird things. It's like, why would you do this? And I don't know. Yeah, she's kind of broken at the moment. There's a room in here too. And of course, there's rooms all over the place. That's outside. That's not a room. A strange maze thingy. Another combat area in here. Yeah, this is like the first of the floors, and of course the safari room, but this room's been breaking today for whatever reason and crashing the Unreal Engine, so yeah. Sneaky side things, and then I was working on the next biome, but it's still pretty conceptual. If it loads. Or it should load. It might not load. I'd be sad. Oh, I just have everything from that one floor on a thing, and then everything else is currently, you know, on a different floor there. And that's because the H-load system isn't designed for having things on top of each other. It's really just not. So I'm forced to put them on a different map, otherwise it loads stuff from like an hour and a half later in the game. It's like, but I don't want to load things that are in there. It's much better at, you know, night, obviously. Underwater places and things, yeah. All conceptual, and definitely gonna run with the pirate things a lot more. But, you know, yeah. Big maze things. Strange ideas. But definitely going to be changing this room. Oh, I guess I have like, I'm added additional little hallways down into these places. Extra rooms that don't have the enemy yet. Gotta add more mazes. This doesn't even have the walls yet for it, but whatever. Yeah. Gonna end up tweaking this place a lot by the time all is said and done. But it's not really involved in the stuff that I want to, like, I want to try to get an epic mega grant, so I really want to focus on the first map as much as possible, to the point where it's just, you know, as perfect as possible. Because, you know, those epic mega grants don't get themselves. And, you know, I'm gonna need a lot more subs on YouTube in order to get monetized there. I got the watch hours finally. I don't watch on YouTube. I'm just saying, if you haven't already subbed. And you wouldn't mind helping out so I can get monetized and help pay for more stuff in the game. Much appreciated. Twitch is doing its part. They're giving me 32 cents an hour towards the game. It adds up. I actually bought a handful of things for the game because of the Twitch money. Some animations, like all the Charlotte animations. Handful of the figurines. A handful of the dolls, I mean. I mean, not a huge amount, but I mean, 32 cents an hour. I do stream like a couple hundred hours a month, so not nothing. I was gonna stream anyway. Or I was gonna work on the game anyway. Kind of like a pre-roll. I haven't done these yet, have I? No. I gotta set this system up so then I can do that. Then this might make it where I can actually. One of the problems of having this stuff on the other floors was that the lights would come from the floor above and the ceilings, or the floor itself. If it was like a ceiling light on another level, would actually screw with the mechanic, which sucks. Right? I'm just sad then. How did I do this one? Was it terrible? I don't think I ever coded anything on that one. Whatever. I guess it's not really a whatever. I don't think it's a whatever at all. I mean, I go between 8 and 10 hours all the time. I probably shouldn't. That's true. Can't possibly be healthy to do that, but you know, especially with my regular job. Oh, it's okay. I think I'm going past 9 hours today, though. Probably stream another 13 minutes or so. Fix some assorted things and yeah, things like that. Yeah. Why is this a room located in 0? Okay. Actually, no. Undo. Undo. Okay, and then armed with that, I do exactly this onto the playroom thingies. I need to put light on. Very open. Tag. Oh, I'm glad you're back home. I'm probably only gonna make it like another 11 minutes anyway. I get it. It already has a room name. If that's the case, Just do that. Is a node replace cast was added in is a soft. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. And that's type of soft class, either instance class, child class. Interesting. Hmm. Because what I did here is actually the way you usually want to do it. I find I just got all child actors on this thing here, but you can get all actors. Get all actors with tag, and then you can, iterate through all those to find the things like that, and then you can just interface to them if they're what you want. And then you're not referencing anything. In this case, I looped through this thing here, got all actors, the child actors here. And then check to see which ones had light, which basically would just yield this one. This is the only light on there. Well, the other one I tagged with light anyway. And I just created an interface that just sent this room name over. Now it'll send it over. But the AZA is interesting. It would force a load, that type of thing. The fact that it's not a hard, pretty good. I'm going to have to redesign this room now that Charlotte works differently. Yeah, I'll have to see if I have a use for the AZA. It's kind of annoying to try to select it though, because it's such a common thing there. You have to scroll down the list. Well, it's if you wanted to get the information on it, right? Like, oops. It could have been like this, and then is a and then I have a, oh wait, sorry, I misspelled it. Like there's a vacuum tube. And then true, I could do something like that. Problem is it's not very useful because it doesn't spit out a reference that it is. Like, because when you cast to it, it then gives you access to the crap that's on it, but this apparently does not. This is the first time I've tried to use one of these nodes. So, what about the other one? Yeah, I don't know what these are for. They seem crap.
Yeah. I don't know why they made those either. Those are garbage. How often do I want to check if something is something without being able to, like, ask to it? Like, I'll literally have to go out of my way to do, like, that's why I'm just interfacing to it, because it's way easier than the other. The thing I done is I could have casted the vacuum tube here, and then from there I could have just set the information without having an interface, but that also meant that I would have been casting to it, which is usually a bad plan. But it's interesting that they made it. I don't know what to do with it either. Seems real bad. Yeah, but the thing about casting is that you can actually access the stuff on it. That's why you would do it. This doesn't do that. This just lets you compare an object. And one of the options is compare an object to a hard reference, which is bizarre. And you can compare with a soft reference, which is okay. But I'm trying to think of a situation where I want to compare two things to make certain they're the same. Because I could just put a tag on them and get all actors of class and then, go after something. Like, I mean, I don't need to compare two objects against each other like that. Doesn't make sense to me why I would do it. Yeah, but that's just worse than actor has tag. If actor has tag, it'll let you track it with all kinds of things. Like, the actor tags. You can get all actors with tag if you want. Get you everything of that type of thing without referencing any of it. So I don't. It seems like it's a really useless thing. Because there's just blatantly better ways to do things. Just trying to find an instance where I would want to do that. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I can't think of anything. The actor tags are basically like the greatest thing ever. Even when I'm using the gameplay tags, I still have to use an actor tag to get out all actors and things. You can't get all actors with a gameplay tag, which seems weird. You'd think you'd be able to, but I guess they're technically like a variable on them. But to be fair, actor tag is kind of also a variable on them. What array of variables? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm probably gonna call it. It's like 9 hours in, but I'll be back tomorrow to do probably the rest of the AI stuff. Honestly, let's be clear. What am I coming back tomorrow to do? This stuff here to finish the demo. That's what I'm going to do. It isn't all getting done. I ain't doing no cutscenes right now. I need to look up how to do cutscenes. I don't do any dialogue right now either.
I'll almost certainly be improving the carnival room at some point. I gotta fix the boss AIs. They're getting close. The bosses are almost there. At least they mostly sort of kind of work. And previously they didn't even do that, so I did improve it a bit. Not to mess with the toy maze some. It definitely just needs some TLC to be more interesting. I'm afraid of the safari room right now because it's breaking. Not gonna do the book info yet. For the audio logs. Pretty much anything story related is probably not getting added anytime soon. Charlotte Taylor's getting there. I think I need to improve the entire playroom because their AI plays differently now, and it's better than the previous one by far. Yeah, so yeah, it'll probably be AI and fixing more rooms. And it'll be about 9 hours from earlier than this. True, to at least make progress. More importantly, I got like, I think, 4 subs on YouTube or something like that today. I'm working my way towards it. We'll get there eventually. Gotta get monetized so I can get more money towards the game. I mean, realistically, it'll probably end up being like $30 or $40 extra a month. It won't even be that much, but still, that adds up towards the game. And yeah. So anyway, I will. Right. I'll catch you later, YouTube, and then I'll see if I can find someone to raid with Twitch people. So, fun YouTube. Thanks for showing up. See everyone tomorrow who wants to see more, and anyone who didn't, well, thanks for showing up anyway. See ya.